WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
And welcome to Law Call on WLOX and WDAM on this Saturday night, beautiful Saturday night here on the Gulf Coast. I am happy to report to you that Bill is getting into his pressure washing clothes right now, so we'll keep you all updated on that front. I'm Ken Flanagan, so happy to have you in tonight. Speaking of the weather, something that we all have in common, great beautiful night here on the Gulf Coast, is car accidents. It seems like we all have been involved with a car accident, or you know somebody's been in a car accident, and tonight we are talking all about fighting your insurance company and understanding your home and auto insurance and how does that work out, especially if you've been in a serious car accident, motor vehicle accident, motorcycle accident, 18-wheeler, anything like that. What do you need to know in those critical days and hours right after the accident? The phone lines are now open, 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. We got your phone calls coming up. We got your email questions coming up. But joining me now from the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, he's here with us in one shape or form every Saturday night here. Are you going to help Bill? Are you going to help Bill?
Yeah, pressure washing. Yeah. We got to proceed this along because I love to pressure wash.
It is satisfying.
I love it.
It is very satisfying.
It is very,
especially
very
like when it's really thick on the brick.
Oh yeah, kind of with the wand back and forth. I do it for hours.
We should do this. That should be a show.
We could be a show. Absolutely.
But look, fighting the insurance company, Matt. It's fair to say you've been doing it your whole career.
Oh, it's fair to say.
And in a very real sense.
No question, Kenny. And let me just tell you, there's a sobering fact that Mississippi has the highest percentage of uninsured drivers in the country in our state, meaning that if you are in an accident, you're more likely to be, the other side is more likely to have no insurance than any other state in the country. So, and that causes ramifications up and down the line. It's something I deal with on a daily basis, right? People with just no insurance or low insurance, and how to pick up the pieces, how to move forward, how to get fair compensation. It's a challenge for sure.
Absolutely. And one of the things we're going to talk about right off the bat, and surprisingly, we have not talked about it early here in 2025, is the uninsured motorist coverage.
Yes.
Let me just say, before Matt gets into it, he even prepared a graphic tonight. So that's serious business.
That is
when
very
Matt
serious.
makes a graphic,
that's business.
I
mean business.
Yeah,
I do.
That's going on the YouTube channel. That's where it's going to go.
Oh, darn too.
Let me just say, Matt doesn't get paid anything for uninsured motorists. This is not some sort of quid pro quo for something like that. But Matt, here are some of the big tips you have for uninsured motorist coverage here in Mississippi.
Yeah, let me just kind of explain what it is, Kenny. It's coverage that you buy yourself that covers you if you're hit by another driver with zero insurance or low insurance.
Right.
So it's the way to protect yourself. Everybody in the state seemingly gets real kind of caught up in the 25/50, right? That's the state minimum, the state requirement, and that's the money that goes out the door if you cause a wreck.
Right.
But you know what? Most of my, Kenny, are you causing a wreck? I don't think so. More likely you're going to be hit than you hit somebody else. And so uninsured motorist coverage, it protects yourself. It is there for you. So if that person that involves in that wreck has no insurance, low insurance, your own insurance company pays you. So it's so important. Anyway, let's go to the graphic.
There it is.
So,
that's right
there. There it is. So protects you. I kind of covered that in detail a few minutes ago.
Yes.
It costs only a few dollars more, and get it even if you don't have liability insurance. It's just so critical. And I tell you, Kenny, I've been talking about this for years on this show, and listen, it's not a criticism. I get it, but every day people come in, car accident, what's your UM coverage, UIM coverage? They're like, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Well, let me tell you what you're talking about. So it's really what you can do to protect yourself. And boy, I hope people do it. I hope if I do anything, listen to me on this point and get some additional UIM coverage. It's very cheap, and it's there to protect you, and you need it.
And then Matt, when you're thinking about that accident that you're in, in the state of Mississippi, you're supposed to have insurance, right? And so the reality is you can get some pretty low monthly payment insurance out there and meet the letter of the state law.
Right.
But you get in a serious car accident and that insurance, and then so really that's probably the primary one that you deal with. Right? People are underinsured, and that's when this uninsured motorist comes in.
I mean, the 25,000 state minimum that you see so much of in this state. I mean, one visit to the ER, Kenny, and that's gone. A CT scan, an MRI, you've been gone. And so, and if there's any type of serious injury, a surgery, a broken bone, something like that, it is a scramble. And I tell you, people just, it's just I'm gonna it's my thing in life. I'm gonna talk about it as long as I'm doing this show.
Sure.
It's there to protect yourself. It's the one thing you can't listen. It's just bad luck. Most of my clients, when they're in an accident, it's just wrong place, wrong time.
Right.
It's just the way life plans out. What time you can't do anything about it. But what you can do is get uninsured motorist coverage. So if and when that happens, and I hope it doesn't, but if and when it happens, you've got coverage. You've got enough money there to take care of yourself medically, and take care of what you need.
And generally, Matt, not that expensive. I mean,
No,
compared
really
to your whole insurance, especially if you're bundling home and auto and all that sort of stuff, just a few extra dollars a month.
And let me throw a little tweak. Let me throw, not to overcomplicate
throw it in there.
but you actually get to stack the coverage. So if you have multiple vehicles, you get to add the coverages one on top of the other. So you get, 2 or 3 times what you actually buy if you have multiple vehicles. So that's a great benefit, and that's so that's just another reason to get UIM coverage, uninsured motorist coverage, for sure.
Okay.
And yes, I get nothing out of it. I'm not on any. I get no kickback.
Nor do I.
Only the professional satisfaction when I can make my client whole.
That's right. Yep. Exactly. All right. So that is our topic tonight: fighting the insurance company, underinsured. What you do when you get into a serious car accident. Once you kind of get into that. Phone lines are open: 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. It's right there on the bottom of the screen. You got it. You can see it.
Yeah.
Matt, let's do this. We got Jim on hold. He's got a very interesting accident question. Let's get to him after the break. That'll give you a chance to use this.
Hang in there, Jim.
Right here. Right there. Oh, the pollen.
The pollen season.
When we
the
come
pressure
back,
washing.
and then we got your email question of the week and more of your calls.
And there's a nugget I want to talk about, but you got to wait. A nugget, but you got to wait. But you got to wait.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Yep.
Here on LawCall.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt, with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
Quick note, that tie in the promo that you only see me for 2 seconds, hadn't worn that tie in years.
Is it that long?
Yeah.
2 seconds? Seems a little.
It seems a little long.
It does.
A little heavy on me.
It really. I need to talk to somebody.
See if we
really
can
cut
edit that
Ken.
down.
Cut Ken.
We are we're back here live
like
with you, as you can tell, on Saturday night. We are talking about fighting the insurance company.
Talking about Ken, really.
Just
Ken.
Just Ken.
Just Ken.
Sometimes I'm Ken enough. I'm just Ken enough for the show.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go to Jim here. And Jim, thank you so much for being so patient and waiting for us through the commercial break.
Yep.
What can we help you with tonight, sir?
Thank you, Jim.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, doing well.
I was involved in an accident, just a one-car accident. I basically ran up on a sidewalk. It was my fault. I was the only vehicle involved. No other people involved. No other cars involved. And my insurance company told me I did not have a claim after they came out and looked at my car. And then I took the car to the shop, and then the insurance company changed their mind and said I did have a claim and to go ahead and get the car fixed. And then they changed their mind a third time and said they were going to declare my vehicle a total loss, said it was totaled. And I just want to know if them changing their mind 3 times, is that legal for an insurance company to do that? Car accident.
Oh, man, Ken,
there's a lot to unpack here for Jim.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I wish it was illegal, I guess was my answer. No, unfortunately, adjusters, they're people, right? And sometimes through luck of the draw, you get some are better than others. Some are really good.
Yeah.
Some are less than really good.
Right.
And I hate that. We see that now. It's interesting. The claim industry. with tort reform has kind of contracted as well. So they used to have adjusters, used to be career adjusters in a particular state, and they would get to know that state. You get to get in a relationship with them in the sense that, a professional relationship, and you could get things done. Nowadays, Kenny, adjusters are all over the country. I'll talk to an adjuster and they say, I'm doing 22 states. Tell me how it works in your state. And I'm like, really? It's not really my job to tell you that, but that's fine. So, unfortunately, the quality of adjusting I've seen in my career, unfortunately, is not going up. It's going down. There are less of them, and they're asked to do more and more and more. So Jim just looks like he got not a great one. They can flip-flop. It's probably best if you can get them, I encourage my clients when you're dealing with an insurance company, it's best to deal with email to get those things in writing.
Okay.
It's just helpful down the road. So I would try as best you can, Jim, when communicating with them, just try to go email back and forth. Yeah.
Matt, let me ask you this one, because if I've been in Jim's situation, but I do know the contrasting reports. You'll go from, we can get that repaired, to then it's totaled, and you're like, how is this? Anyway, is it time for him to get a lawyer, or is it? And I say that kind of with Jim, with the cost efficient side of it, if it's worth your investment, is it time for him to talk to a lawyer yet, or should he still kind of quarterback this a little bit longer?
No, I think it is, but with the understanding that, lawyers will talk to you for free.
Absolutely.
We talk blah, 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 blah all day long, talk to you for free. So, call a personal injury lawyer, call their office, get an appointment, make sure, hey, first consultation is free, and sit down with them, bring all your documents, talk to them, see what they say, and then you can kind of make a decision from there. It's just good advice. It's what you should do. Absolutely. I tell people that all the time. If you want to handle this yourself, good luck, that's fine. Before you agree to anything, when you think you've gotten to the final point, come talk to me. I'll look at it and I'll say, up or down, yay or nay. And so absolutely, definitely should talk to a lawyer before he makes a final call.
I can feel Jim's frustration.
Oh, I know it.
Jim, I'm glad that you weren't hurt more seriously with it.
No claim to a total claim.
Yeah. That's quite the flip on that side. Jim, good luck with that one. Hey, we're back on next week with Jim Reeves. So if you need to give us a call back, we'll be here next Saturday night as well on that one. And best of luck as you move forward with that one. He can call you on Monday, right?
Absolutely.
Give him a call on Monday.
8:30.
He'll be in the office.
8:30.
8:45.
8:45.
Okay.
Why would I sleep in? 8:30.
Gotcha.
8:30.
All right, we're going to go to a good email question. And I like this email question that we have coming up here, because I think a lot of people can relate to it. It comes into us from Ollie, and it says, I was backing out of my parking spot and another car backed into me. So it's one of those things you're both pulling out at the same time. But now I can't get the other driver to call me back. My insurer has not been much help. What should I do? So she's got a problem with the other driver who hit her and her insurance company. Matt, she's definitely fighting the insurance company tonight.
You know what I'm going to say?
I don't know.
Yep, I'm going to say it.
What do you say it?
Allie, here's what I'm going to tell you. And listen, this water is kind of under the bridge, but this is why. This is the main. You always call the police when there's an accident.
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing about let's just exchange information and we don't need to get the police involved. It is a mistake for this very reason. You should not be talking to the other driver. You should be dealing with the other driver's insurance carrier.
I got you.
By the fact that person's now ghosting you, not calling you back, my assumption is that police report wasn't done. You don't have that person's insurance information, or better yet, they gave you fake insurance information, which happens a lot. So listen, so if you haven't done it, first of all, it's a misdemeanor. That's okay. You're not going to get arrested, but go ahead and make a police report now. Go ahead and do it now.
Okay.
Your insurance company's going to want that. You'll go down to the police. They'll let you do a report. They'll absolutely let you kind of give the details of the accident. It won't be good as an officer on the scene, but it's something. Start with that, get that to your carrier, and honestly, it's really their job to kind of run down the other side's insurance company if they can, if they do exist. So you really kind of need to pull yourself away from communicating with the other driver.
I got you.
Nothing good's going to happen from that. Really, let the insurance companies, you deal with your insurance company and possibly theirs, but not driver to driver.
Okay.
For sure.
Matt, why do you think her insurance company is not returning her phone calls right now? Is it just too much workload, or a couple of reasons?
It's kind of as Jim mentioned in his call. We're seeing that a lot too. Adjusters are overloaded. It may just be pace of work, something like that.
Right.
that could be an issue as well. You know, they could be trying to investigate this to see what the insurance situation is on the other side. And parking lot cases, I mean, they're tricky. You know,
yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
on roadway accidents, usually a little more clear. Parking lot, it's a little more tricky. So they may be taking some time to figure that out.
Now, I absolutely remember, Matt, about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, we had on the show, you had some amazing parking lot footage.
Oh, boy.
So that is out there, isn't it?
Gosh,
You can get some, can't you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, well, with the advent of, you know, video cameras and store cameras, security cameras, you know, I've gotten, you know, really shocking, you know, something you see on television, Kenny, one of those, you know, late night TV shows. 10:30 after the news.
If only we
had such a vehicle.
Yes,
anyway, of people literally flying through the air. Thank goodness my clients all survived it. But no, it's just because it's a parking lot, you'd be surprised what kind of damage it can do.
Okay.
Especially when it's vehicle on person. We have a lot of those too. So, you know, vehicle to vehicle, bad enough, but vehicle on person, obviously very bad.
Alley might be something worth looking into there. All right, I don't know how that's possible. We're into our second break already. When we come back from this quick break, we're going to have contact information.
Got my nugget
for Matt.
still.
Oh, the nugget.
The nugget. You almost forgot it.
We almost forgot about the nugget. Come back for the nugget.
The
plus
nugget,
contact
please.
information for Matt and Jim, plus more of your calls here on Law Call. And welcome back to Law Call on WLOX and WDAM. Here is that contact information I promised you. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer, Reeves at Mestayer, 228-374-5151. That is their toll-free number. They will be answering that phone. Matt will be there at 8:30 on Monday to pick that baby up, if not earlier. They got the toll-free number as well, which is good for the entire WLOX WDAM viewing area worldwide. And then rmlawcall.com, where you can hear this music as much as you want.
You wouldn't want to.
Yahoo! I mean, a lot of times, middle of the day, I'm like, I need a little pick-me-up.
I can't. Really?
I get a little
my napping
Coca-Cola.
music. This is my napping music.
It gets me
really
fired up.
Is it really?
Yeah. If I worked out, maybe I'd use it, but man, don't do that.
No.
All right, we're going to get to the phone lines here before we run out of time. We're going to go to Biloxi and talk to Mike.
My nugget.
Good evening. What, Mike? What do you got going on?
Hey guys, how y'all go?
Good, bud. Uh-oh, Mike. Uh-oh.
Have we lost him?
I think he sounded like he was winding up for the pitch.
He really was.
Well, look, our great
throw it to me.
Our great producer, Skylar, gave me Mike's question in the earpiece beforehand.
Yep.
Mike has uninsured motorist coverage.
Thank goodness.
And he's got the full collision coverage.
Love it.
He's a little worried that if he lets somebody borrow his car and they go out there and then they're driving his car and they get into an accident, is that covered? Is he good?
The phraseology you're searching for, is that person a permissive driver? And if so, for example, Mike, if I have a vehicle, which I do, and I let Kenny run to Waffle House after the show, which I usually do, he is a permissive driver in my vehicle, so my insurance covers him. Now, if Kenny stole my car to go to Waffle House, he did not have my permission, my insurance would not follow him, and boy, I'd be mad too.
Yes, sure.
So anyway, so that's how that works. So as long as you give them permission, it's called permissive driver, and your insurance follows with the vehicle, you're fine.
So Mike's going to be okay.
He's going to be okay.
And that covers anybody he gives permission to.
It does.
Kids,
That's right.
Neighbors, nieces, nephews.
Well, it can get a little spunky when if the person you gave permission to is not a licensed driver. Is a 13-year-old, 12-year-old, or impaired.
Driver's license,
things like it gets a little. Obviously, there's a whole different other little thing. If perhaps obviously you don't want to give your vehicle to someone that's not right. On alcohol, drugs, something like that. So that's.
But if they are
they're fine.
Good driver.
If it's Kenny going to Waffle House, you're perfectly fine.
Okay, very good. All right, Mike. Great question to wrap up our show. All right.
There's
been a nugget.
Yes, there's
been a nugget. Let's mine this nugget.
Yeah, let's do it. And I'm not going to name the insurance company as much as I'd like to, Kenny.
Okay.
But this is how restrictive the claim process has become. Like if you go to the emergency room, Kenny, as I know you've been.
Yes.
You run up a $20,000 bill.
Easy.
The insurance company they will go through that bill and they say, Matthew, I know Kenny has a $20,000 bill on a wreck that we caused, not his fault, and we put him in the emergency room. But, we don't accept that $20,000 bill. We've looked at it. We're only going to say $6,000 was reasonable. So we're off of you $7,000. Not even enough money to pay the bill when they admit that you're the reason that you had to go to the emergency room. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Where is this coming from? Just cutting cost?
Yes, exactly. I don't know.
Okay.
In unfairness, that's where it's coming from.
And so
Kenny.
they're looking at your health, your health bill, and saying that X-ray wasn't worth that much.
Absolutely.
That CT scan.
Listen, it's a numbers game for them. Listen, the insurance company, they are not constitutionally required to be fair and be, what they want to do is settle your claim for as cheap as they can. And if we let them do it, and quite frankly, if the jury awards continue to be low, this is what we're all going to get.
Right.
This is what we get.
And let me say real quick, this is nothing against your local insurance agent. I mean, we've got some great ones in Lucedale and in George County, and of course in Jackson County, everywhere.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're with you on the soccer fields, they're with you at PTA meetings or wherever you're at and everything. So we're talking about the national side.
Well, and it's a classic thing. The agent doesn't handle the claims.
Right.
That person's nice and wants to be helpful, and you see them at church, you see them wherever. No, it's some other person, and and it's just anyway. It's very interesting. It's a nice little setup they have.
Right.
Nice agent, not maybe so nice on the claim side, but anyway. Yep.
Matt, we only got just a few seconds left in the show.
Yep.
If somebody was in a car accident tonight, what's the first things they need to do? I mean, provided they're healthy enough to do it, what's the first thing they need to do as that accident's wrapping up?
Take pictures, take video if you can. Don't check on the other driver, but don't make a lot of statements of it was my fault, those kind of things. But do check on the other driver, kind of document things. Report it to their insurance company the next day, cooperate with the police, answer their questions, make sure the police come do a report, and of course, if they've got questions or if they're injured, please call a lawyer. There are plenty of them out there, happy to help them through this process.
You said something interesting last Saturday night, and last Saturday night was crazy. I mean, the weather last Saturday, I mean, we thank heavens we had the show already ready to go because it had been, weather-wise, it had been kind of crazy out there. But you said something last Saturday night that really caught my attention. You said something about don't undersell your injuries, and it's I think it's just part of being in the South. You're kind of like you understate it a little bit.
Right.
How are you? I'm fine. Well,
bless your heart. Exactly.
I got this broken leg, but
no, it's true. I mean, I have seen that so many times. Before the clients get to me, the insurance company's spoken to them 4 or 5 times. How you doing? Well, I'm okay, and I'm this and that, and it comes back to bite you. You've just got to be. They listen. I tell people all the time, when you're in an accident, Kenny, you are put in a different system. You are put in when you don't know all the rules.
Right.
They know the rules. You don't know all the rules. And so everything is purpose. Everything has a reason. They're not just calling to chit chat. And they're trying to get your claim settled for as cheap as they can.
Right.
And unfortunately, it happens.
So don't undersell it. And
do not.
And then something else you say. We only got like 30 seconds left here. I always like it when you tell people sometimes you got to quarterback a little bit in the beginning until you can get to your office or talk to Jim. You got to quarterback some of this.
Oh, you do. There's a lot of ground to cover, right? Getting the car, handled, the property damage claim, the injuries, the doctor visit, the photos, and your people are calling you about statements, and then just dealing with it, right? I mean, because nobody wants to be in a wreck. Nobody wants to have you're out and about doing the things you got to do for work and family and those kind of things, and it's a very bad, sometimes horrendous life interrupter,
right?
And it takes a lot, and there's a
it.
lot of balls in the air. Absolutely,
that's right. Well, as you can see on the screen, it just went away there. Call Matt if we didn't get to you. There it is. Thank you.
Thank you,
bud.
Yep.
If we didn't get to you tonight, we're sorry about that. Give Matt a call on Monday. It says 10 a.m., but he's saying 8:30.
Drive safely.
Yeah,
That's
drive safe, everybody, tonight for sure. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back next Saturday night with Jim Reeves. But until then,
good night.
WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
And welcome to Law Call on this Saturday night. Beautiful Saturday night here on the Gulf Coast. So happy to have you along. I'm Ken Flanagan. Tonight we're talking all about injuries. Were you injured and it wasn't your fault? This is your show. We're going to be talking about all the things you need to know, the rights that you have when you've been injured and it wasn't your fault. Somebody else did something to you. This is your show. 896. Done did something to you. 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. That was the working title. It just didn't make the graphic. It just didn't make the graphic. Joining us now from the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, you know who he is, Jim Reeves. Glad to have you along on this Saturday night, my friend. A little post happy birthday to you, my friend. That was good fun a couple weeks ago. We were hanging out with Jim and the fam for the birthday and everything, and he's back with us tonight. Jim, when I say someone's been hurt, it wasn't their fault. You've been working in this line of law for just years now, haven't you?
32.
32.
Well, yeah,
that's
so,
where the birthday reference came in. That's where the birthday reference
been a while. Been a while for sure. And so, it's a lot going on, a lot to talk about tonight. But we kind of kidding we're here tonight. But if you have a personal injury, particularly a serious one, or someone who's killed in your family, there's a lot to handle even without the legal side of it. And putting the legal side and making sure that you're protected on top of everything else is really an insurmountable task for most people. And you need the help. And so we're going to talk about tonight all kinds of injuries, but really, people that are seriously injured or suspect they have a serious injury need legal representation and need to get lawyers involved early in the process.
Jim, sometimes I think, and not every time, but I think a lot of times people think if it's a serious injury, broken leg or something like that, they look at it and they go, oh my gosh, the cost. How can I afford an attorney for this serious legal matter? And they know they need to do something, but it's a factor in their mind. But it really shouldn't be, should it?
No, it shouldn't, because attorneys that do this type of work like we do, almost all of them will do it on what's called a contingency basis.
Right.
I mean, you don't owe anybody a nickel unless there's a recovery. So the upfront cost, the meeting with the attorney, the talking to the attorney, if experts are required to be hired, all of that is handled only on a contingency fee basis, and you only pay the attorney back if you make a recovery.
Right.
And so I tell people this all the time. Look, you may not want to hire an attorney, you may not want to hire a particular attorney.
Right.
But it's really foolish if you have some type of injury not to pick up the phone or go talk to an attorney about what your rights are.
Yep. You
can always say, I'm okay, I'm going to try to handle it myself, I appreciate it. And most attorneys are glad. I do it all the time, talk to people for nothing, and they say, well, look, I'm going to try it on my own. And I said, well, go ahead. If it doesn't work out, come back and see me.
And folks, Jim's not exaggerating. We went to a local sushi place not too terribly long ago, earlier this year, and before the edamame peas got there, I mean, people walking up to Jim, just real quick before you eat, and he's just trying to help people out at lunch.
Glad to do it. So.
Anyway, they're just peas, by the way. I don't know why.
Yeah, fancy.
Yeah, they're just fancy peas. Yeah, Mestayer and those peas drives me crazy with them. I'm like they're just boiled peas, bud. Anyway, we don't have time for that in tonight's show. Now, something we do hear a lot about, especially in legal commercials and legal shows, is you hear the word negligence. Somebody was negligent or their actions were negligent. And you've come up with the screen, some graphics for us tonight, and I like this one. This one did make the graphics.
Nice.
Negligent or not. Let's go over the 4 things you've got here.
Sure. Let's just talk about them. This is right out of law school, 101 first year duty. Okay. You're thinking of negligence. The way I describe it to people is, look, everybody has a responsibility to act reasonably under the circumstances. That's going to be different depending on the circumstances. But the first element is duty. Do you owe the duty to somebody in a particular circumstances? Generally, everybody has to be reasonable. For instance, though, the duty may change. If you're a trespasser on your property, you owe them less of a duty than if you own in a business and you're inviting someone in to earn money. Okay, so that's a duty is the first element.
Yeah.
Breach of the duty, that they did something wrong, that didn't act reasonably under the circumstances.
Okay.
The classic example is I was going too fast and I hit someone in my car. I wasn't paying attention. You then breached the duty to drive reasonable by doing this.
Yes.
Okay, and then duty. Then the third is causation. Even if you have someone who's has a duty, breached the duty, if it doesn't cause an injury,
oh, I see.
Okay,
yes.
then no harm, no foul.
I got you.
Finally, then you get to damages. Okay, that's the amount of the recovery. If you have someone who's has a duty, has breached that duty, caused some kind of injury, then the law allows you to recover damages. But only if you have damages is there really a case. Okay, I talk to people about that all the time.
Yeah.
Just because someone hurts my feelings, doesn't like my suit, doesn't like my tie,
right?
I can't sue them and get money.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
your tie looks
just got to be done. I like my tie.
Yeah, you look good tonight. Yeah, I'm not crazy about mine, but you look fine. Hey, so like the 18-wheeler that almost ran me over tonight.
Scary,
yeah, it was scary, but there was no causation. In the end, the brakes worked. Right. I swerved. It was something.
So let's just punch it through the analysis just for kids.
Just get going.
So you know, obviously the 18-wheeler, just so anybody knows, Ken coming in tonight had a close call with an 18-wheeler, scary, and we were joking about it.
Yeah.
But the adrenaline was pumping when we came in tonight.
Yeah, it was hot.
And so an 18-wheeler came over on him. He had to hit his brakes, back off.
Fishtailed the whole.
So very, very close call. It sounded like very scary. And so obviously the truck driver in that situation was supposed to look in the other lane before he pulled over. He has a duty to do that. He breached that duty. He didn't cause any injury. Okay, Ken's with us here, not hurt. His car's okay, so there's no case there. But that's the first two elements. Had there been contact with Ken's vehicle, there would have at least been a property damage claim. Right. And if he'd been hurt, it would have been a much more serious claim. And so that's what we look at as lawyers every day when we're talking about a negligence claim. Someone that says negligence, did they act reasonably under the circumstances? And if they acted unreasonably, did it cause some type of injury?
Right. My feelings got hurt.
Scared you.
Yeah, scared the bejesus out of me. Jim walks in the door. He's like, "Hey, how are you doing?"
Well, you okay, right?
Yeah,
so
anyway.
right, yeah.
All right. Well, that's a good example there. So those are the four things that you always look at on a daily basis. So, all right, let's do this. Phone lines are getting going here. Let's get to our first break. When we come back, Candy, you're going to be our first call up from Big Point, and we got two other ones lining up right now. Plus, I've got contact information and everything you need. Great email question coming up as well. When we come back here on LawCall.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt, with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
Yes, it is, and we're back here live on Saturday night. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of your time with us. We do appreciate it. Jim, if you're ready for the phone calls.
Let's go.
Candy has been on hold for a while. Andy, thank you so much for your patience. What can we help you with?
Good evening, Candy.
Hi, I was receiving physical therapy in the water because my bones and joints are so bad that I can't exercise any other way. After you get out of the pool, they wanted you to go in the shower to rinse all of the chlorine off. Mm-hmm. I was in the shower and my feet went backwards and I fell flat on my face.
Oh.
This was in September of last year.
Okay.
I am still trying to recover from those injuries. And now all these medical bills are coming in. And I really think that the facility should be required to pay these medical bills, not me.
Candy, there is a lot to unpack there. Let's throw it over to Jim and get his thoughts.
There is. Let me make sure I'm clear, Candy, if you're still on the line. This was a commercial facility, exercise or rehabilitation facility. Don't say the name, but just, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that makes a difference. Okay. So a couple things to think about here. Sorry about your injury, Ken. It sounds terrible. I've seen people with terrible injuries in similar situations. So I know it can be. People on the surface, where you slip in the shower, it's not a big deal. It can be a very big deal, particularly if you have pre-existing conditions such as Candy has. So I hope you get better. I'm sorry to hear you're struggling so much. So let's break it down. So you slip in the shower. First of all, just because you fall on someone's premises doesn't necessarily mean that they're responsible. Okay. they have to act, what we talked about earlier, they have to act reasonably under the circumstances. And what that means for a premises owner, for what Candy was an invitee, meaning they have a business, they've invited someone onto their premises. They have a duty to act reasonably to make sure that the premises is safe, specifically the shower.
Sure.
And if they can't make it safe, then to warn about it, okay?
Yeah,
You'll see these warnings a lot of times in public restrooms.
Oh, yeah, slippery when wet.
Slippery when wet.
Yeah,
You've got to have those things out, okay? So let's break it down to the shower. I'm assuming they didn't have any type of warning. You slipped. There are things that you actually look at, and this sounds a little like we're being over analytical, but we're not. Cases like this often hinge on there are commercial standards as to what a coefficient of friction they're supposed to have in showers, in shower stalls, on tile floors, and sometimes they're not what they're supposed to be. And we've all stepped on floors and say, whoa.
Whoa,
Your feet go out from under you, and it can happen. And so you potentially have a case, depending on, it would require some expert testimony and probably analysis as to what the surface of that shower was like. If the injury is significant enough, and it sounds like it is, attorneys will look at that, and we'll be glad to talk to you about it Monday. You can call us or there are a lot of other people that do what we do, and I would talk to an attorney if you hadn't already and look into this, because it's a potential claim, particularly if your injuries are as serious as what you described. You need to have it at least looked at. Okay,
Jim, let me throw this out. She mentioned it was fall of last year. Does she need? Okay, the clock's ticking, right?
Yeah, get moving. So fall of last year, you probably have 3 years. If the facility you're in, though, is what's called a community facility, it receives basically state or city money.
Right.
It could be as short as a year. Okay, so you can't sit around on it any longer. You need to get moving on it. Have somebody look at it. They'll do it free of charge and analyze it in a little more detail than we can here tonight. But the short answer is you have a potential case depending on what I sort of just told you.
So if it's one of these rehab facilities that's directly connected with maybe like a community health system, not that I'm naming anybody, but but that time frame could be as short as a year.
That's right. If it's tied to a county operated health facility, hospital chain, then it could be as short as a year. That's right.
So Candy, if that was back in September or the fall, then you're at 6 months, and it's time to get moving on that one. So, so glad that you called tonight. Look, do this. Jim's going to be back here in 2 weeks, or maybe even next Saturday. We're still working out the schedule. Give us a call back, keep us an update, or give him a call on Monday. They do all their calls on, I guess about 9, 10 o'clock, something like that on Mondays on that time. And also, Candy, great job not mentioning the facility's name. That's always.
And Candy, we hope you get better. Well, it sounds like you have a tough time if you're still hurt this far out, and so God be with you.
You think about these falls and you think, oh, it's only a few feet, but man, you get a bad fall in the wrong direction and gravity just does not care.
Particularly, and Candy didn't talk about her age or anything, but if you have pre-existing brittle bones or problems with your bones, that can be devastating. It really can.
All right, I'm gonna look at Dylan, our director. Dylan, do I have time for our email question? It's a good one. 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. All right, we got 2 minutes. We're going to get to it. Jim, it comes in from Kathy. This is an interesting one. It kind of reads a little long, so y'all just stay with me. I was in a rear-end collision. The driver who hit me was 17. She called her parents, who arrived on scene in a few minutes. Does it matter? That was in the police report. I also was slowing down and didn't see me. There were red lights. I was completely stopped. The cops this is the part that really grabbed my attention. The cops seemed to know the parents. Can you get footage from the police camera from the corners? There's a lot going on here, Jim, with this question.
There is a lot.
You got a 17-year-old, the parents arrived. They felt like the police officer knew the family, and then they were hit from the rear. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, generally police officers are going to call it like they see it. I'm not saying what was described here doesn't happen. Sometimes it can.
Small communities.
So that's right. So a couple things to think about, okay? One, generally under the law, if you're stopped or even if you're not stopped and someone rear ends you, it's not 100% always that they're at fault, but almost 100%. Okay?
Right.
You generally have a duty. We go back to the duty we talked about earlier.
Yes.
If you're driving your vehicle, to either operate your speed at an operated speed, we can stop your vehicle even if the person stops you in front of them without hitting them. Okay, so you're usually going to be on the winning side of an argument if somebody else rear-ended you. Okay, exception might be if your tail lights doesn't work or something like that.
Right.
Okay. So is it important what's in the police report? Yes, it's important, but not dispositive. There are mechanisms once you see the police report. If you disagree with it, for instance, if the police report says this driver admitted to me that it was her fault or her taillights weren't working, and that's not correct, you can call the police department and say, this isn't correct, I want a correction to my report. And they're supposed to add an amendment to that and say they clarified this. The original report will probably remain the same, but in the end, the report's a report, and it's going to be decided in court ultimately, not by the report. The report is evidence of what happened, but it's not necessarily conclusive.
It's not the
It's
Bible.
not the know-all end.
Yeah, it's not the Bible on
That's
this
right.
thing. All right.
That's right.
Very interesting question there. I thought being an underage driver, and it's just all of that sort of stuff on that. So if you ever want to send us an email question, send it to rmlawcall.com. We try to find the right one for each week's show. So that one came in a couple weeks ago. We knew Jim was coming in. I said, oh, let's hold that one. There's a lot to it on that one. So if there's anything you ever want to do, if you want to talk about workman's comp or veterans affairs or 18-wheeler accident, send us the question. We'll try to find the right show for it in the future. All right, speaking of timing, we are into our second block of the evening. When we come back, I've got contact information for both Matthew and Jim. We're going to try to get a couple more of these phone calls in here on Law Call. And welcome back to Law Call on this Saturday night. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer, Reeves and Mestayer, 228-374-5151. They have the toll-free number. That's good from Long Beach to Lucebell to Laurel and all points in between. And then rmlawcall.com, which I was mentioning just a minute ago. You can submit email questions. You can watch podcasts on there. They got videos. You can read up on tonight's topic. A little bit of everything for you right there. And this jazzy music on the website as well. So
it is pretty awesome.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons to go there. The music alone on that. Yeah, exactly. All right, Jim, phone lines are hopping this Saturday night. We're going to go to Gulfport on line 3 here and talk to Miss Sylvia. Miss Sylvia?
Sylvia.
What can we help you with? Miss Sylvia?
Sylvia?
Hello.
Hey.
Go ahead, Sylvia.
Miss Sylvia?
Hello.
Hey, we got you live on air, and we want to hear your question.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. So it might be a delay if you're trying to listen to the TV. So just go ahead and ask the question. We can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I had back surgery 2 years ago on my lower back. And I have not recuperated. I did go to physical therapy. I do not take pain medicine, but I continuously hurt more than I did once I had the surgery.
Right.
To me, I can feel there's something sticking out, but I've asked a doctor to kind of check it out, and they don't feel nothing, but I can.
Okay. If you went to a different doctor and got a second opinion?
Not a second opinion. I just had a doctor that gave me like a pain shot in the back.
Yep.
And he said he didn't feel nothing there, but I would have to have an MRI to see what was wrong and to see another doctor.
Okay, Sylvia, I think we got the gist of your questions. Thanks for the call. And so let's talk about a couple things here. So sometimes medical procedures don't go well even though everything is done right. Okay?
Right.
Just like everything else in life, there are risks, and sometimes they go well, sometimes they don't, okay? There's no way to know for sure in this instance unless someone looks at it, you get a second opinion, and then ultimately somebody looks at the records and sees if there was some kind of mistake, okay? And so what I would encourage you to do, though, and let's set aside the legalities first of all.
Okay.
If you're still having problems and you're worse off than you were before the surgery, you feel like, it's time to get a second opinion from someone else, okay?
Yeah.
I would go to another doctor in that same field of specialty and say, here's my problem, and let them take a look at it and see, okay? And then you've got another set of eyes looking at it, and we'll probably give you a lot of good advice and direction from that standpoint, okay? If you're If you think you may have a claim or this other doctor thinks there's something, especially something left in your back, then you definitely need to talk to an attorney. And this process works this way, okay? So a lot of medical malpractice, people think you have medical malpractice claims, and they do happen, and they happen more frequently than they should, okay? But a lot of times when you look at them, the doctor did everything right and it's a bad outcome. But what we always have to do is have a medical expert doctor review the records and be able to testify that the doctor in question did something that breached the standard of care. Okay? And without that, you don't have a potential case. But so my advice to you would be, first things first. If it's been 2 years, I think she said, you better get cracking on both accounts. So I would get a second opinion from a doctor just to see what's going on and get a better grasp of your situation. If you want to pursue a medical claim, you've generally got 2 years against a private physician or doctor or hospital, maybe as short as 1 year if it's a state hospital or community hospital. So you need time. Yeah, it's time to move. Okay. If you want to call Monday, Sylvia, we'll talk to you. If you tell us what facility you're treated at, we could probably tell you what statute of limitation applies. But you need to get moving if you're going to look at a potential claim right away. But get a second opinion. It's time to do that for sure. And Jim, you've done a lot of back injuries. Lots of backs, and backs are tricky. You know, the doctors that do these are generally highly skilled surgeons. Backs are very difficult though. They're a flexible part of your body that gets a lot of wear and tear over time, and a lot of people, you know, get to be a certain age, well, I include myself in that age, you start having, you know, back aches and pains, and it can be very debilitating. People, you know, think, well, pain and that sort of thing, but it can be extremely debilitating. Well, I think Sylvia is definitely in pain. I feel for her just listening to her on the phone. Sylvia, sounds like a second opinion is a great idea, and the clock is ticking, dear, on this one. So you call us Monday morning, Sue, if you want. We'll talk to you a little bit more detail off air about your situation, okay? And Sylvia did a great job too, not mentioning any names here, so she did really good. Hey, we only got like a minute left, Jim, and you wanted to double back. We were talking about car accidents, and you wanted to say the difference between an 18-wheeler accident is different. And it's brought up in context of your close call tonight, Ken. Everybody out there, be careful. Oh, yeah. Particularly, you know, if you're in a vehicle accident, it's always serious. If it's an 18-wheeler accident, it is deadly serious because of the size of these vehicles and the speeds that they move. It's going to be a bad outcome usually. And we're talking about duty. I thought it's an interesting point. Car wrecks are a lot different than trucking cases. If you've got an attorney, you need one that specializes in trucking cases. There are a lot of regulations and rules that apply to commercial drivers. They're held to basically a higher standard of care than just your average driver, and you've got to be an attorney familiar with those standards if you're going to effectively handle those cases. All right, great way to end tonight's show. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back next Saturday night to talk a little bit more about personal injury and injuries all the way around. But until then, good night.
WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
And welcome to Law Call on this Saturday evening. As you can see, Jim's here, I'm here, we got the whole gang here. Step back, Jim, come on now. Crowd my spade. No, I'm just playing, WLOX Law Call here, live on the air, as you can see. Thank you so much for staying up late with us after the ball games on whatever format you're watching us on right now. We're so happy to have you. Our topic tonight is an important one, fighting the insurance company, and we've got a great panel for tonight's show. We are going to be taking your questions, your calls, and if you are in that situation where maybe an adjuster is ignoring you, or maybe they're lowballing you, or just giving you overall headaches, we got the perfect panel for you tonight. Fighting the insurance company, 228-896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. As you can see, an old face, a familiar face with us tonight, David Beria, former state senator, former House of Representative, been in the law field now for 35 years, all in Bay St. Louis area?
No, I started my practice in Jackson.
Okay.
I got to the coast as soon as I could.
Just as fast as you could. How long have you been down in Bay St. Louis now?
We moved to Bay St. Louis in 2004.
Okay.
So just in time
just in time for Katrina.
Storm,
just in time for Katrina. Oh, yeah. That's the benchmark around here.
That's
it's
right.
2005, that's for sure, on that one. David, thank you so much for having us.
Happy to be here.
And of course, Jim, big topic like we were talking about in the promo, fighting the insurance company.
Big topic, and we do this fighting the insurance topic for a couple times a year. Obviously, if you're in this viewing area, having gone through the hurricanes, you know something about fighting with insurance companies. But we're going to do something unique tonight that we've never done before.
Right.
David and I tried a case a couple of years ago in Jackson County. It was thought to be, I think, is the last Hurricane Katrina claim left in the country, and the recovery was over a $10 million verdict. And the conduct of this company, USAA Insurance Company, was some of the most egregious conduct you'll ever see.
Right.
And we're going to highlight that case. We're going to go over some actual exhibits in that case, and we're going to talk about the type of conduct involved and what these insurance companies, at least the nefarious ones, do in trying to minimize claims that they pay, even after people have paid their premiums religiously for years.
Wow.
It took them over 7 years to make offers on large components of this claim, over 7 years.
Wow. Jim, is it still going?
It is still going.
I mean, it's like y'all are before the Supreme Court or waiting for the Supreme Court or something like that, David?
That's correct. We're still before the Supreme Court. We've gotten an opinion in our client's favor from the Supreme Court, but the insurance company has asked for a rehearing. They just continue to fight this claim rather than do the right thing and pay the claim. So that's where we sit.
And we're talking USAA. I mean, we're talking the big one that's advertises all over the place. I mean, this is a biggie, right?
That's right. It is. It's one of the larger underwriters here on the coast. But this isn't the only problem they've had. They've had problems in other areas of the country, similar for not paying claims, refusing to pay legitimate claims. And we're going to go through and dissect this case. It's only so much we can do in a few minutes.
Sure.
Some of the highlights of this case, but it's a pattern that you see when hurricanes hit, of companies that come in and basically offer nothing or lowball offers, and most people, unlike the clients that we had in this case, don't have the wherewithal to hold out for 6 or 7 years. Can you imagine having to hold out 7 years before you had an offer on your contest?
I've been waiting for a raise for LawCall for about 7-8 years. So yeah, I have an appreciation, but not quite.
Let's not talk about that.
No, let's not talk about that right now. Folks, y'all have watched the show long enough to know when Jim brings photos and exhibits, then you know it's a real deal show here. David, this is, I mean, we're leaning into it. So Jim, I guess let's start with what's the biggest updates, and I think you have kind of a photo here to get us started.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a little background, and David, now this is, I want to go to the photograph first. If we can pull that graphic up first, it would make.
There it is.
So this is the home that all this fighting was over. It was a historic home in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. It was the summer getaway house for Frank Lloyd Wright and Charles Sullivan, the famous architects from Chicago. They built it about 100 years ago. It had architectural significance. Students from all over, and architectural schools all over the country would come down and visit this house a couple times a year.
I remember that.
It was a significant place. And so, you know, everybody knows the story. This was a waterfront property. Hurricane Katrina comes, it's gone. Everything is gone.
Right.
Insurance company comes in and says, well, no, this had really nothing to do with wind. It was all water.
Right.
And
the water, wind,
the fight starts.
Do you want to go over to the denies claim?
And I'm going to let David jump in here too. But the thing is then, so these homeowners had never made a claim before, had paid their premiums for 15 years without making a claim, and they make a claim. And this insurance company took over 7 years before it even offered a penny for payments of the contents in this house. And this is another thing that it did that David can talk a little bit about. It's an egregious conduct on their part.
Well, people need to understand when you have a policy in Mississippi and other states as well, that the insurance company is charged with the responsibility to promptly and adequately investigate the claim and then make a payment when they're responsible under their policy for paying that claim. And they were in this case, and yet, as Jim said, despite the fact that they had a separate coverage for a boathouse and pier, and despite the fact that the insureds, the policyholders, reported that the boathouse and pier was blown away, they never offered any money on the boathouse and pier for 7 years. And there were other, similarly, there were the contents claim, they didn't offer anything for 7 years. So it's really egregious, terrible behavior that led to the result that we got from the Jackson County jury.
And this is one of the exhibits we used actually at trial. And so you can see we're able to prove that USAA knew that it had an engineer that said all the window systems were affected by the wind in the house, but told the miners that only one side of the house was affected. USAA's own underwriting file contained information that they needed to adjust the claim. They had gone out there and audited the contents 2 times before. They had that information in their possession, yet they demanded that the miners provide information that USAA already had and use that as a reason not to pay the contents. The wind damage to the miners' home, they told them the wind damage alone did not make their home untenable, is what
Which means you can't
what they
live
knew,
in.
right? That's what they knew, because the engineer told them that. They told the miners just the opposite. And so you can see why a jury would get upset with this kind of conduct. We aren't naive enough to believe that this was the only case that USA handled this way. This is the way they handled most of the cases. This is the one that got highlighted because the miners had the wherewithal to hold out all these years to litigate this.
David, when you and Jim teamed up on this one all those years ago, did you ever imagine we'd be this far past Katrina working on it? No, I mean, there's no way you could have.
No, because I mean, this case has been going on for 18 years at this point, if you think about it. And one of the reasons is because when they originally went to trial in 2013, the judge in that case said the jury could not consider punishment type damages, punitive damages for the conduct of USAA. That was appealed up, and the Court of Appeals in the state of Mississippi up in Jackson determined that a jury should decide whether punitive damages, whether USAA should be punished for their behavior.
So it ping-ponged back and forth a lot.
That's right, and they did the right thing, sent it back down to Jackson County, where a jury was allowed to consider those damages, and that jury deciding, based on the facts in this case, that punitive damages were appropriate, that USAA should be punished for the way they treated their insureds in this case, and they entered an award for punitive damages. That award gets appealed up. The Supreme Court then decides that the jury was correct. So that the Supreme Court did the right thing. 2 juries now have decided in favor of these insureds, but USAA continues to drag this out. And what they've done now is they've gone and they've asked for all of these various entities that don't know anything about the facts. They simply want to object to the amount of punitive damages, and they have now asked the Supreme Court of Mississippi to reverse their opinion and reconsider and decided in favor of the insurance company. And the crazy thing is, Ken, that the insurance commissioner of the state of Mississippi, who's charged with protecting the insurance consumer, the policyholders, you and I, and the folks listening to this broadcast, instead of protecting them, the insurance commissioner of the state of Mississippi has sided with USAA and asked the Supreme Court to reverse itself in favor of USAA.
I might get the phone lines going. I might get the phone lines going on this one. Jim, I know there's so much you can dig in on this, but let me just throw this out, just a thought on my part.
Sure.
A case like this, with this amount of time and the back and forth, it just really highlights the need for a competent attorney, doesn't it? I mean, there's just no way anybody could ever handle this on their own.
No, people that could take on these kind of fights, David is a fantastic attorney. He does a lot of work in this arena. We do too. You have to specialize in it. You know the area of the law. And these are large companies that fight tenaciously. And let me talk about something real quick. So people may be out there listening to this and say, well, why do I care? Why does this affect me?
Okay.
Here's why. Okay. So large companies come in, people pay your premiums every month. You make a claim. an insurance company comes in when you're vulnerable, when your house has been destroyed, maybe your job is gone, and they offer you a lowball offer, or maybe nothing at all. And then they maybe increase it a little bit, and most people at some point have to submit and take what they're offered and try to move on with their lives, okay? The insurance companies have this leverage over people at this point in time, and if they exercise it, it's really powerful. And so the only way to correct that conduct and make sure it doesn't happen in the future to other policyholders is for verdicts like this where they say, well, look, we can't treat people this way because the 1 in 100 times that they take us in front of a jury, the community is not going to tolerate it. They've got to pay the claims that they owe. Don't pay anything you don't owe, but what you owe, you pay fairly and promptly so people can move on with their lives. And that's all that the miners ever asked, and that's all that we've ever asked. And this company has still refused to offer a nickel.
Okay, so that's the reason we called tonight's show Fighting the Insurance Company. It's a perfect name for this show. All right, we're getting the phone lines organized here. When we come back, we're going to take your calls, questions. I got a great email question as well, and we'll talk more about this landmark case here on LawCall.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt, with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
15 years. 15 years we've been doing the show. 15 years.
The camera hogs in
I mean, golly. And welcome back to Law Call on this Saturday night. Thank you so much for staying up late with us after all the different ball games and everything going on. We certainly do appreciate it. Our topic tonight is Fighting the Insurance Company. We've got a great panel for tonight. Jim Reeves and David Beria here with us. Let me just wrap up real quick. We were going over the big USA on that one, USAA on that one. Jim, David, what is y'all's thoughts? Is this going to wrap up finally in 2025? Do y'all get that done this summer, this fall, or is it, who knows?
We're waiting on the Mississippi Supreme Court right now on the motion for rehearing that's been filed and completely briefed, and we anticipate a decision any day. Now, you know, there could be another appeal to the United States Supreme Court, but that's not an appeal as of right. In other words, the U.S. Supreme Court has to agree to hear it, and we don't think that's likely. So we do think it's going to wrap up this year, and I think what people need to understand is that this has been a 20-year fight, and the court system and the jury system is designed to protect the policyholders from actions just like we see here in this case, where USAA did not treat its policyholders fairly, and the jury system at least twice in this case has decided in favor of the insureds. The court system has acted appropriately and followed the law that the legislature passed years ago. So we don't understand why USAA continues to drag it out. This is a $41 billion company, but
they got
plenty of money. They got plenty of money, and they hire the best lawyers, and that's what they're doing. They're dragging it out.
Well, Jim, let me just say this, and I love to brag on our show. I'm proud of our time here together. But I mean, this is your third or fourth case that you've taken to the Mississippi Supreme Court since you've been on this show. I might be underselling you a little bit there.
Yeah, several more than that.
Yeah, but it's just, I mean.
But no, we're at the appeals court a lot, as is David. And our courts, David's exactly right, have done the right thing in this case. And you can see by how the parties have lined up in this rehearing petition. The people who are in the state that are going to look out for other policyholders are jurors in the judicial system. Your insurance commissioner, Mike Chaney's not going to do it. He sides with them. And so that's who is left to check the conduct of these out-of-control companies like USAA. And I promise you, if without verdicts like this, everybody would get treated this badly, every hurricane. But with verdicts like this, they have to think twice because it hits them and hurts them where it hurts them in the pocketbook.
Absolutely.
Well, and this law exists to prevent this kind of conduct and to deter other companies from acting this way. And it unfolded exactly the way it's supposed to, in that when you have egregious conduct against the policyholder, then the jury system allows jurors, citizens just like you and me, to hear those facts and decide whether that insurance company should be punished. And that's what they did in this case.
Boys, I'm just taking notes down here. It's just so interesting that we've been talking about this one for as long as we have. Jim, although for just, I guess, for a little bit of diversity, if y'all are ready to get to the phone lines, we do have someone who has been patiently waiting with us. Severa on line 1 from Summerall, or Summery. That is a tongue twister right there. Severa, thank you so much for calling in tonight. What can we help you with?
Good evening.
Injury. I went to a hotel. The frame on the window, the whole frame of the window fell out and fractured my foot.
Oh, wow.
And anyways, I did my case with Richard Swartz and Associate. Anyways, and time went by. They said that they were going to do a letter of demand and that everything was working out and everything. And then all of a sudden, they just said they weren't going to take my case anymore. They sent me all my paperwork. And anyways, but they paid out somebody, but I never received anything.
Severa, I'm going to jump in here real quick. I'm having a little trouble hearing you in the earpiece here. That's probably just the phone line. Sorry about that. This one sounds a little complicated. Jim, and I think she even mentioned that she had an attorney on this one.
I think so. And so let me just give you a few words of advice on this little bit of information. So, attorneys are working for you. And so you deserve an explanation as to why they're not taking your case. And
yes,
you should, if you hadn't, it wasn't clear to me whether you had or not, you should ask them, why they're not taking your case. And certainly if money has changed hands on the case, then you're entitled to know where the money went. Now, I would find that would be really not unheard of, but highly unlikely that an attorney would settle your case and take money and pay somebody and you not know anything about it. So the first thing I would do is talk to the attorney, try to get a sit down and talk to him about the details of what happened and get an explanation. The second thing, you can have another attorney look at your case as long as the statute of limitations hadn't expired. Now, attorneys look at cases. David and I do it all the time, and some you take and some you don't. And some other attorney might look at the same case and think it's a case that he wants to proceed with. So there's no absolute right and wrong. Attorneys use their own judgment in deciding what to take for different reasons. But they should have told you in time so that you could have the time to get another attorney. And typically you're going to have 3 years from the time you were hurt to file a claim. Hopefully that time hasn't expired, and if it hadn't, you've got plenty of time then contact another attorney, see if they'll take your case and proceed accordingly. But you need to move quickly though.
But her attorney absolutely has an obligation to keep her updated. When she calls him on Monday or him or her on Monday, they'll say, hey, look, this is what happened.
Yeah, and if you discharge somebody, you should tell them why you're not taking the case. And, and other attorneys may have different opinions. We do that all the time.
But if money changed hands, probably something's happened, huh, David?
Well, I mean, I can't hear the caller, so I don't know exactly.
Well, then don't worry about it.
But yes, if any client pays an attorney, then there's a attorney-client relationship there, and there are certain duties and obligations of the attorney to the client that are spelled out that all attorneys are aware of. So, so the client is entitled to hear from their attorney and get updates regularly and understand what's going on with their claim.
Gotcha. All right, Severa, thank you so much for the call tonight. We really do appreciate it. But don't give me too many calls from her neck of the woods, so we appreciate her watching, maybe on the WLOX app or on maybe WDAM up there coming out of Hattiesburg. So that takes us into our final break of the evening. When we come back, I've got contact information for Jim and David and maybe an email question or two here on LawCall. Here's that contact information. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer. Reeves and Mestayer, 228-374-5151. They also have their toll-free number and, of course, rmlawcall.com with the blogs and the videos and the music, everything you need David, I know you can't hear the music, but it's really jazzy.
Well, I'm sorry I can't hear.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. Oh, here's that contact information. David Barria, Bay St. Louis, 228-242-4986, and the website cs-law.com. Is that a hyphen?
Yeah, that's all right.
Y'all still using a hyphen dash? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so whatever works for you guys over there.
It's high tech.
Yeah.
When we get in the office at 7 on Mondays, David's in there at least by 11.
11. That's right. At least by 11 on that side.
Whether I need to be there by then or not, yeah.
All right, let's get to this week's email question. It's a little bit long, let me just warn everybody, but the ending's the best part of it. So let me just get into it and we'll get y'all's thoughts before we run out of time on tonight's show. It comes in from Joseph. It says, my daughter and I were rear-ended. The damage to my car was $800. I've had 18 chiropractor appointments and my daughter has had 9. The medical bills have totaled $2,600. The adjuster has offered $2,600 but refuses to reimburse me for my lost wages of $500. Let me just say, I think these numbers must be just a little bit off. But anyway, y'all see where this is going. She said she had a fair, it was fair with medical due to the minor injury of my car, and I shouldn't have missed any work. She also threatened to reduce my offer if I didn't accept. This is the best part. That she threatened to reduce my offer if I didn't accept within 72 hours. Can she actually do this? Jim.
Well, she can negotiate a settlement and she can take offers on and off, but what she can't do is kind of what USA did in the case that we're talking about.
Right.
What an insurance company can't do is withhold money that they know they owe to try to use it as leverage to get you to accept that offer or something less. So if they know that they owe a certain amount of money, they're obligated. It's called a duty of good faith and fair dealing. Every contract in Mississippi comes with that duty, that you've got to exercise your rights under that contract and assert your rights, but do so in good faith. And
let me turn it over to David.
Kick it to David.
David, you only got 30 seconds.
Well, let me just wrap up by saying this. The court system and our judges and our juries are there to protect our individual citizens and protect our rights. And if you're not being treated fairly by an insurance company, go to court where you can be treated fairly. Our courts and our juries do a very good job of that, in my opinion. I've been doing this for 35 years, and juries get it right most of the time. And if the insurance company is cheating you, then exercise your rights. Hire a good lawyer like Jim Reeves, and let's go to court and exercise your rights there and let a jury decide the claim.
Right. You know, what I love about having David on the show is he's known you longer than Matt Metier. So, I mean, and it's like I got the two. Well, Jim, great show tonight. Thank you for organizing all the information. You'll keep us updated as this moves forward.
Yep, and thank you, David, for joining us. David,
thank you, Jim.
Fantastic lawyer.
Okay, that is our show for tonight. Fighting the Insurance Company. We'll be back next Saturday here in studio, one shape, form, or another. We got a lot going on next weekend, but until then, good night.
WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
And welcome to Law Call on this late Saturday night. I'm Ken Flanagan. Thank you so much for staying up after the basketball game and after the news to watch us here live in studio. Our topic tonight is a good one. If you're staying up late, you couldn't ask for anything better than this. Our topic tonight is Ask Us Anything. That's right. Any legal topic that you have on your mind, if something's coming up for you on Monday when you get back to the real world and out of the weekend, we have got the panelists for you tonight. We can talk divorce, we can talk accidents, we can talk adoptions, workers' comp, veterans affairs, all of it is good to go. The phone lines are open, 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. That toll-free number is good from Lucedale to Long Beach and all to Laurel and all points in between. We'd love to get your call in tonight. I can see the phone lines are getting going right now, so we'd love to have you. Joining me from the firm of Reeves and Mestayer, it is Matthew Mestayer, the mountain man himself. The mountain man. Off the mountain. I had somebody ask me about that today.
Did they really?
Yeah, I was going through, this is a true story. I was going through Wayne Lee's. I was on the bread aisle.
I'm hearing about this now.
Well, yeah,
it's 11 o'clock and you're going to bring this
Well,
now.
10:51,
Go ahead.
10:52.
Yeah.
And I was going down the bread aisle, and a nice couple stops me, and they were like, hey, y'all doing Law Call tonight? And I said, yeah, we sure are. This is Wayne Lee's in Lucedale, not Pascagoula, different Wayne Lee's.
I'm glad you clarified.
I don't want anybody getting confused here.
Very
I
clear.
didn't see him in Pascagoula. And so I said, yeah, we're on tonight. And then they said, is Matt on? And I said, yeah. And they said, has he climbed any more mountains? And I said, not that I'm aware of.
Not hardly.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, you might have. I haven't seen you in 2 weeks.
It has been a couple weeks.
Yeah, so anyway.
No.
Ask us anything.
That's right.
Look, the fact is, Jim won't touch this show. This is a Matthew Mestayer. He will take on any topic.
That's right.
Why do you love this topic so much, Matt?
It's just an opportunity for people to get what they want. Sometimes, as you know, we kibitz every week about, gosh, what do you want to do next week, and what do you want to do the week after?
Yep.
And as I say, we're here, and I love the fact that if you have a question, you don't have to wait till we guess the right topic for you.
Right.
You can just call in, and if we can help, I'm happy to help. So it's just an eyes open forum. Everybody should feel comfortable. We're happy to take any legal questions you have. Just give us a call, and we'll do the best we can with it.
I see three on there
they're
right
awake.
now.
They're doing it.
They're waiting. They're doing it right now. We're happy to have you up on this one. NBA basketball in the playoffs, they do drag a little bit long, but we do appreciate everybody staying up with us. We're up here
a little bit
tonight, and so we're live and we're with you.
We're still here.
Before we get to the phone lines, as they're getting them organized here for you, do got an interesting email question came through last week. Comes in from Kylie over in Gaucher, and she said, if I decide to seek legal help for my car wreck settlement, how long does it usually take? This is the part that grabbed my attention, Matt. I need money now to pay these bills.
Exclamation point.
Yeah, exclamation point. So two things on that one, settlement and I need it now. Where do you want to start with there?
Yeah, I get it, Kylie. I get it. Listen, the claims process, it certainly feels like a little bit of a war of attrition, which is, they want to slow roll it. Maybe you get frustrated. Maybe you just give up and stop calling and go away. So I get it. So I have to tell you, you just need to make that decision. You need to land on that decision pretty quick.
Okay.
Listen, it's what we do every day. We have, folks that do that every day at our office. So we have some expertise. We have some relationships with some of these adjusters. We can turn the ball for you quickly. A lot of firms can. I understand the thought about doing it yourself, and good for you. Hopefully you're not dealing with a lot of serious injuries, but, talk to a lawyer next week. Give them a better idea of what kind of numbers you're thinking about, what your injuries are, what the issue is, and then they'll give you, some good advice. But I understand it happens. The claims process, it is slow. It shouldn't be.
Right.
But a good lawyer and a good law firm will quicken that process for you for sure. So, give somebody a call Monday, Tuesday, and they'll give you some good advice.
Matt, let me go Uncle Kenny here just a little bit. It is easy to get a settlement
is that so,
with
Uncle?
an insurance company. That's it. But
really?
This is the Uncle Kenny part.
Is it?
But once you sign it, that's
usually you have suspenders on.
Yeah, that's true. They're underneath there.
Yeah, they are.
Uncle Kenny.
Sorry.
Uncle Kenny's here to help. Yes.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to get to with the show,
right.
is once you make that settlement decision and you sign it, there's not many options after that.
Oh, there are, Kenny, and I have to tell you, there are some nuances to what we do. I know it doesn't feel like it, all right? I know it really doesn't, but it's true. Like there's things like, what about subrogation? What about your medical exhaust letter? What about your coverage and your UIM coverage? Listen, those are terms of art. Some people know what they are. If you watch the show, you've certainly heard it before, but that's the tricky thing and kind of what we do, and you have to know those things. So, buyer beware. Can you settle your own case? Yes, it's possible on a small case, but if it's significant value, you are really just taking a risk that you're going to get it right. And why take that risk? And heavens forbid. And if you go wrong, and if you settle it wrong, there's no do-over. As you said, Uncle Kenny, there's no getting that back. I mean, once you've struck a deal, the deal is done, as they say.
Right.
So,
I mean, I can't speak legally, but as Uncle Kenny, as your Uncle Kenny,
I like to remind you,
as your Uncle Kenny, I want you to know that once it's done on that side. So it is interesting when you start going through all the emails. If you ever want to send us an email, it's rmlawcall.com or lawcall.com. Biloxi, it's so easy. Just go into the guy's website, send us an email. We try to find the right ones for the right show on that. Matt,
we read them. We do.
We try to find the right show, try the right mix. I got a doozy for you in a minute.
The funny ones are funny, but let's leave that alone.
Matthew, what are you seeing right now as we're kind of well into 2025 here? What are you seeing in the court system right now? Are things moving efficiently, or what kind of trends are you seeing coming through your office?
Yeah, as always, mediation is kind of picking up speed again.
Okay.
And let me kind of talk about that. That's a voluntary settlement process. As kind of the first email question of the show talked about, everyone is feeling kind of the slowness of the process.
Right.
It's why is it taking so long? So one way to shortcut that, possible way to shortcut that, is the mediation process, and that is you get a mediator, usually a retired judge or someone who's been at it a long time, even longer than me, and they come in as a third party, as a neutral. So both sides come to my office or the mediator's office, not in the same room, the separate rooms, and the mediator literally goes back and forth in shuttle diplomacy to try to get things done. And it's a good process. It's voluntary, so if at any time you're not happy, you can say, I'm out of here.
Right.
But it's been shown to be very successful, and because justice delayed is no justice, right? I mean, you got to get these claims done as quick as you can, and so that's a great way to get these. I mean, I'm doing at least one a week, sometimes more, and they're effective, can be.
Who pays for lunch on that? Does the arbitrator pay for lunch, or do you got to pay for lunch on that?
I do the pay. No, well, if you host, Kenny, Uncle Kenny, just like if I go to your house for Sunday breakfast, I'm not paying.
Okay, right. No. You go to their place, they're paying for lunch.
If they're coming to your place, you kind of host.
Okay.
But the mediator does send a bill for everything else.
So there is no free lunch.
No, not generally.
Not generally.
No,
okay.
Not,
all right.
Not really.
Look, we're getting to the bottom of the big issues here.
We are.
All right. So I hear you, Director. They're all in my ear.
Uncle Kenny?
Yeah, I know it. So,
really?
All right. So that takes us into our first break of the evening. When we come back, we got getting the phone. We got all 5 phone lines going here. They're waiting for us. So we're going to get to the phone lines as soon as we come back here on LawCall.
Welcome back to WLOX LawCall, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt, with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more, and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX LawCall.
And welcome back to LawCall on this Saturday night. Thank you so much for staying up late after the basketball game with us. We really do appreciate it. As promised, the phone lines are hopping.
Oh, yes.
Matthew, we're going to go to Purvis, which we haven't talked to a resident Purvis in a while.
Purvis in a while?
Talk to Doug. Doug, what can we help you with this evening?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, guys. How's it going tonight?
Good. Hanging in.
Yeah, well, I was calling in, so I had an issue the other week with my dog biting someone.
Uh-oh.
And now they want to sue me over it.
Doug, give us some details here. Was it a bad bite, or were they on your property, or you're on their property? How did it all go down?
We were just at the park, and I mean, I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, he had to go get a couple stitches, but I mean, it was the dog. The dog did it. I didn't tell the dog to do it.
Oh, sure.
Like,
sure.
It was the dog's actions, like not mine. Kind of just latched onto his arm.
Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, Doug, your dog, you're responsible, I have to tell you. I understand you didn't tell the dog to bite that person at the park, but that's going to kind of be on you, my man, as well as it should. You've got an obligation to control your animals. People haven't, if people go to a park, they're entitled to go there without being bitten by someone else's animal, so that's kind of on you. Listen, what I would say this, though, is interesting, and we've come across this a couple of times, and that is whether your homeowner's insurance covers a dog bite. There are some policies, and this has been a little surprise to me, actually. There are some policies out there that will have a line item provision that covers dog bite cases, that will actually pay. So insurance may be available if someone sues you. This may be kind of a case for justice court if the damages are not that big. But if you do get sued, make sure immediately you contact your homeowner's carrier, because they may provide a defense, which is they may provide you a lawyer, and better for you, there may be coverage there to pay for any damages.
Matt, stitches. We've all had them. They stink. They hurt. They
use like glue now. But
Well, he said stitches.
Well, old school.
Doug says stitches.
Yeah, he did say stitches.
Well, and that's true. When you get a puncture wound, the glue sometimes doesn't work. They gotta go a little bit deeper with the stitches.
Is that so, Uncle Kenny?
Yeah, that's I've been through that one. And my brothers. Sorry about that, Chris.
Okay. Yeah.
Still sorry about that.
Yeah,
brothers.
Not his own fault.
So when you hear stitches, though, I mean that is an injury, and there is a medical bill, and there is an emergency room visit probably that was in there.
Well,
I mean, you can rack up some money a little bit pretty quick.
Oh no, and listen, there have been some horrendous cases we've all seen have come across my desk where children have been mangled, killed, or worse.
Yes.
And for sure, listen, how healthy is the dog? Rabies? Is the shots up? I mean, those are all things. So listen, I hope you cooperate. I hope you kind of take some responsibility here. That's always the best way when something like this happens. Is don't deny and delay and defend. The insurance company 3-step. I would be pretty. Listen, I would come forward and say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What can I do? Let me provide you the veterinarian records from my dog. And going forward, and let me just tell you, going forward, if your dog is known to be a biter, as they say,
hopefully not.
Hopefully not. I'm a huge dog fan, love dogs.
Sure.
Got a dog at Ray. It's home right now. I hope you should be anyway. Ray the dog. Anyway, so what they can do, actually, they can remove your dog from your house and take that dog away if it becomes, kind of 2 bites, and they can actually start a judicial process where they will take your dog, and it will not be your dog any longer.
Right. So. Is it time for Doug to call an attorney or hold off for a little bit here?
I would probably call his insurance agent first and see if he has any coverage, and of course I would
Doug, that was a great tip that you gave him for the homeowners.
And reach out to maybe the family of the folks that got bit. That's what I do.
Okay. All right, Doug, thank you for the call tonight. Really do appreciate you staying up late with us. Yeah, good luck going forward with that one.
Yep.
All right, let's see here. Did I do that right? You're going to do that. It's been anyway.
It's been a hot minute.
It has been a hot minute on that thing. All right, I'm going to try to go to line 3 here, and let's see how that goes. We're going to go to line 3. We're going to talk to DJ from Socher. DJ, did I get you?
Hey, DJ.
Yes, you got me. How y'all doing this evening?
Hey, bud, we appreciate you. What can we help you with tonight? What's on your mind?
Y'all heard that old TV show called Stump the Man? Well, I got a new one called Stump the Judge.
All right.
Judge Mestayer, I got a question for you, my friend.
Yes, sir.
What is the strangest case that's ever come before your court?
Oh, DJ.
And I bet I'm going to stump you on that one.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that DJ.
We have not gotten this question before, DJ.
And Uncle Kenny's very excited.
15 years doing this. We've never gotten this question. I'm stalling a little bit.
I know you are.
Matthew, what do you think?
Gosh, wow, there's so many, DJ. Some of the shoplifting cases. I mean, well, first of all, city judge, 20 years, saw a lot of wonderful, wonderful cases. It's a great place where kind of the rubber meets the road, so to speak, where justice kind of happens. Not saying I'm giving justice, but it's where people come to kind of, where things.
The system.
Yeah, the system really kind of works. But gosh, there was Yeah, there was the time that the inmate had the lawnmower flip over on top of him and burned him, and he wanted to sue the city, and he wanted to file charges against the city.
Right.
There's a lot of mischief with children, kids, and getting out and egging. Remember that used to be a thing where it was when I was growing up.
There was that in Ocean Springs for a while there too.
Yep, George County for sure.
Well,
so,
Matt, let me ask you this one.
A lot of great cases, a lot of great memories.
What about? I mean, obviously, y'all's work after Katrina. Not to always bring up Katrina, but you and Jim did some memorable work after Katrina for so many homeowners and business owners. That's got to be up there, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, like so many people, listen, we didn't do anything special, but actually my family was lucky enough to get to the Delta, and I stayed here. And actually, I just embedded myself with the police department at that time, and I went on, quite frankly, body recovery and looter patrol, things like that. And it was, just a really, it's just, Kenny, it's funny. It seems like a long time ago, and then it doesn't seem like a long time ago.
Yeah, this year's anniversary coming up.
Is it really?
It is a funny thing on that. All right, let me ask you this one, kind of staying with DJ on this one.
All right, DJ.
Something we didn't talk about, I mean, literally 2 years ago, 3 years ago on LawCall, with termite cases. And now, like next week's whole show is dedicated to termite. Termites is just such a huge thing now.
Right. Oh, it is. I take and as I've alluded to, I have my own termite case, and I was doing termite work before, but lo and behold, sure enough, I came out to the kitchen one morning and looked on the floor, and there was a pile of sawdust, and my worst fears were true. It was termites. I was like, well, this is ironic, isn't it, honey? Yes. So anyway, called the termite company, and I went through that process, and listen, and we didn't get always, I didn't feel that we were getting correct information. And so I really now understand when clients come to me with a termite problem, what they're being told, the frustration, and honestly, the stress. I mean, usually, listen, your house for a lot of folks is their number one asset, where they have most of their, their value. And when that's, at risk, and, termites, I mean, they're insidious. How much damage is there? Are they eating right now? Are they, and to this, and we're coming upon termite season, right? And they're about to swarm. And I'm telling you, my wife, when they, she'll be like, turn off the lights, they're here. And it's just, oh my goodness. And so
the enemy's behind the gate.
Yeah, that's right. So, we're doing a lot of termite work, and I know it, and I didn't quite realize how personal it was till I went through it myself.
Right.
And it is. And we've helped a lot of people. Hope we're going to help a lot more people. We're going to do a lot of shows on this kind of during termite season.
That's not exactly what DJ was asking, but just a thought, just kind of random. We're just kind of scatting out. It's just different. It's
those Wednesday nights where it sounds like DJ saw me a Wednesday night in court at one point, and maybe he had a good case he can recall. But
DJ, thank you so much for the call tonight. Really do appreciate it. Matt will be on next week. We'll have to ask him again, give him a week to think about this.
Well,
a
there are
little
a couple
bit more.
I could mention, but I don't really.
You got to be careful.
I'm going to call DJ on Monday, and we're going to reminisce about some cases.
All right. With that said, that takes us into our final break of the evening. Phone lines are still hopping, but still room for you on call lines 3-4 right now. If you got a call, please give us a call 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. When we come back, I've got contact information and more of your calls here on LawCall.
There we go.
And we're going.
We are.
Here's that contact information I promised you. Reeves and Mestayer. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer, 228-374-5151. They have the toll-free number as well. And rmlawcall.com, which has all sorts of great information. I was perusing the website this week, looking at termites. I guess that's why it came to my mind on that stuff. So
I know it.
They cut the music already.
They did.
I know it. You could have it. You could just have it roll the whole show. Like how Matt, how Matt has music under his sports. We could have just a thought. Let's get to our email question for this week. It's a little lengthy, but it's got several interesting things for it. It comes in from Richie. I was in a wreck. The other driver stopped suddenly in a parking lot and then backed into me. After saying, I'm sorry, it was my fault, she changed her story to her insurance company and said that I hit her. I know it. I thought it'd be okay without a police report because I had a witness in the car, but her insurance company says I can't use someone that I know as a witness, and it's her story versus mine. What is going on here, Matthew? There's a few things to unpack.
There is. Kenny, listen, for sure. Number one, let's start with the obvious. Folks, it is when you have an accident, even if it's minor, you've got to call the police. There has to be a police report. Because this is a prime example of exactly why you do that. Because the niceties of at the side of the road or in the parking lot in this case. Let's just exchange information. We don't have to call the police. We'll just settle this ourselves. Not a worry. Don't worry about it. It goes south. I can't tell you how many times I've heard this kind of story.
Oh, yeah.
So absolutely get a police report. It's required. You've just got to do it. Because you very likely, your insurance company, if you don't have a police report, they can deny any coverage. You know, she did absolutely nothing wrong, but they can say, where's the police report? Well, I don't have one. I'm like, well, then you didn't have a wreck. You know, so anyway, so that's number one. Number two, there is no rule that because you know the witness, they can't be a witness. That goes goes to credibility, not admissibility. No, because they're a friend. Well, that you've got to take that factor into consideration. But that doesn't mean they can't use them, or it doesn't mean that what they saw or their testimony is completely useless. So
that makes sense.
That's completely wrong. So another thing I would do is in that parking lot, see if there's video. I would very quickly.
Yeah, good idea.
You know, so many parking lots for their own safety, for vandalism and crime and this, that, and the other, slip and falls. There's video, so go there as soon as you can and give them, see if they will save the video for you. Usually they require what's called a preservation letter or something legal document to do that, but that would really help. So that's some of the things I would kind of do in this particular state.
All right, so Matthew, we're looking backwards. She should have gotten, or he should have gotten a police report.
Right.
You still can get a police report, can't you? I mean, even after the fact?
No, you can. Right. I mean, what usually they want you to do is you go down to the police department and you write out a report, and yes, you can give a report. You can get not usually a full-fledged police report, obviously, about a wreck, but you can make a report which is it's the next best thing. It's not, it's not ideal, but it's not. Something. It's something. It's something. That's exactly right, Uncle.
And then Matthew, I guess this feels like if you're kind of in this situation and they're already fighting you with the insurance company and telling you falsehoods, it sounds like you might need an attorney on this one. This would be a hard one to do on your own.
No, you do. Really, having gone through this a lot, if the other insurance company is stonewalling, it's just not accepting what you're saying.
Right.
That you really only have two options, Kenny, and that is accept it and just say, oh well, and move on, or of course, talk to an attorney. But my hope is because it's a parking lot. This is not necessarily so, but the injuries are minor, are very small. So I hope that's the case. And if that's what about justice court? I know I've said it twice now tonight.
That's good.
That's a good place for. The small claims court. So if it is not a big claim, that's a good place to go. They make it very non-attorney friendly. They really make it for people to come in. They'll help you file what you need, and it's a great place to resolve disputes. Now, of course, you're injured, which can happen even in a parking lot. I've had people hit in a anyway. We've had a lot of parking lot stuff, as you can imagine. That's not going to work for you, but maybe a place to start.
Apologies to Ken over on line one. We did not get to your question tonight about veterans. We're back next Saturday here in Sioux. We do. We haven't done a veterans show in forever. Great idea, Ken. We'll go over. Maybe we can get to it next week when Matt and I are back. Until then, my friends, thank you so much for staying late up with us, and good night.
WLOX LawCall, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
And welcome to Law Call on this Saturday night. I'm Ken Flanagan. So happy that you made it along with us after the hockey game and the news. Great to have you with us here at WLOX and WDAM. Our topic tonight, well, it's Ask Us Anything. That's right. If you have a legal issue that is burning a hole in your mind, we are here to help. We want to help with your legal problems tonight. It does not matter what the topic is for Ask Us Anything. It just has to be a legal question, and we will get to your calls tonight. The phone lines are open, 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. As I mentioned, that toll-free number is good from Lucebell to Long Beach to Laurel, all points in between. We'd love to hear from everybody along the coast tonight. And, of course, our local number, always hot and ready to go. Joining me now from the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, it is Jim Reeves. Happy Saturday evening to you, my friend. First Saturday of May, the Kentucky Derby. The year is rolling.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done it. I mean, it'll be Memorial Day before you know it here. It's
I didn't
moving.
see the Kentucky Derby. Who won?
Sovereignty, something like that. Sovereignty. She's a mutter. She's a mutter.
You better have been.
Yeah, it was a muddy track out there.
Right.
Yeah. They talk about that in the racing circles. Anyway, that's another show. That's definitely not Ask. Why Ask Us Anything, Jim? One of your favorite shows of the year.
Yeah, it covers a lot of topics. So, you know, if you don't have really any sort of legal concern, you'd like our input, our thoughts about it, whether it affects you or a family member or a friend, call in. We'll tell you what we think about the case, and if we think we can help, we'll tell you that. And if we think you're wasting your time, we'll tell you that too. Okay? If we know the answer. If we don't know the answer, we'll tell you that as well.
I'll tell you that's on the same side as on that one. And then, of course, Jim, with so many years of experience, how many years you've been doing this now, Jim?
You ask me this to embarrass me every time.
No, not to embarrass, just to give context. Give context to the people.
33 years.
33 years. 33 years. So a lot of stuff right there that you can dig into, folks, with our show tonight. 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713, our toll-free number there. Our first email question, Jim, as the phone line's getting hopping here, I see, is an interesting one. This came in last week, and I kind of said, this would be a great one for the Ask Us Anything show. Comes in from Sandra. She says, my husband got a hernia from a wreck. And I'll tell you, folks, Jim is a little bit of a back expert, so that's the reason I kind of went with this. My husband got a hernia from a wreck. He was in a company truck, so the surgery was covered by the comp. I'm assuming workman's comp. Right. Insurance wouldn't pay them back to settle. Now they're saying they may not pay because the injury was unusual. That should be in quotes to me. Right. They want us to sign a release saying they can research it. Should he sign or just get a lawyer?
Can I say this?
Say it.
Get a lawyer. Okay?
Get it.
Yeah. No, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Get a lawyer. You've got a serious injury. It's an on-the-job injury. They don't need a release from you to research anything. Okay.
Great point.
And so, you know, if it's workers' compensation, they're responsible if you're injured on the job, even if it is your fault. Okay. It's a no-fault setup system. So if you're injured in the course and scope of your employment, they're responsible to pay 2/3 of your average weekly wage and all of your medical expenses, regardless. You're getting yanked around. Call a lawyer. Call us Monday morning if you want. Lots of other lawyers you can call too. They will talk to you about it for free. But definitely get a lawyer for this. Don't look. None of this makes much sense, to be honest with you.
Right. This is a tactic in your mind.
Yeah, it's a delay tactic, and maybe they're looking to find some reason to deny the claim. But yeah, don't take the bait on this one.
When it comes to workman's comp, that probably means, Jim, that they're with some sort of company that has a certain amount of employees and they have to provide workman's comp. Talk to the HR person or the personnel whoever's in charge of HR with that company.
Well, what I would do is you need a lawyer. Okay,
yeah.
So what he's probably dealing with is an adjuster. Probably not even anybody in house. Typically,
right.
So typically, if you work for a company, they have workers' compensation insurance coverage. You're injured, they hand that claim over to the carrier. The carrier sometimes hires a third party to manage the claim. Sometimes if it's a large carrier, they manage them themselves. And generally from that point forward, you're going to be dealing with that workers' compensation insurance carrier or their representative. So I wouldn't play around with this. You got a serious injury, needs a surgery.
Right.
They're saying, look, give us some kind of release. And I would not sign anything, especially something called a release, until I had something looked at and reviewed by a competent attorney who's knowledgeable in this area.
And Jim, this is one of those, and I've been at lunch with you, this is one of those, generally speaking, if they bring it up to you, that first or second phone call, that just is no cost, right?
Yeah, and ultimately for our firm and any other firms really that do this kind of work, there's never even any cost. So we'll either talk to you, tell you what we think about the case. If we don't think you have a case, we'll tell you why. And wish you good luck.
Yeah.
And if you have a case, we sign you up, we represent you, but then only on a contingency basis, so that you never pay an attorney unless you make a recovery, and then only a percentage of the recovery at that. It's really, all it costs you in real terms to talk to an attorney to get good legal advice is a little bit of time on the telephone or visit to the office. That's it.
Speaking of the telephone, phone lines are really hopping right here. I know they're getting us all lined up. 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. It looks like line 3 and 4 are open at the moment if you want to get in on that one. Jim, I mentioned to the group back injuries, and I know she just said a hernia, and a hernia it can happen a lot of different ways. I don't want to just pinpoint, but back injuries, it's just something you've talked about on the show. If you get one and it is serious, it can take years for you to truly understand what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and we talk about back injuries a lot because you see a lot of them in a civil personal injury practice. And why is that? The back is a vulnerable area, particularly your low back and your upper back, and particularly if you're a working man or woman and do heavy manual labor. It is an area vulnerable for injury. It is an area quite often that you can injure, because everybody as they get older has some back, usually some kind of back aches and pains. And so distinguishing the aches and pains from something more serious and debilitating is not always easy and not always done quickly. That's why I tell people, if you have some type of back problem or injury, always get checked out by a doctor. But sometimes those don't manifest themselves for weeks or months until after an accident. So you may have a back injury that becomes more serious over time, and it's important that you not resolve your case until that's explored thoroughly by a doctor and you're given advice as to what the future holds for you, because it can mean a lot for the average working person. If you can't work, if you have a severely injured back and you can't lift much weight and you can't do much physical activity, you really can't earn much of a wage. And so it really affects you and your family for the rest of your life.
I mean, it's your backbone. It's just your backbone. That's all there is. Like the heart, you got to have it. You got to have them working for you. All right, we're phone lines are getting rolling here. We got all 5 lines lit up right now. Let's do this. Let's get into a commercial break. We come back. Kevin, you're gonna be our first call. When we come back after this break, and we take more of your calls and questions here on LawCall.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt, with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
That's right, over 200. It's like 250 now, something like that. Since we recorded that. Maybe we're getting close to 3. We need to cut. We have to count. Well, COVID messed us up a little bit. Yeah, you know. Welcome back to Law Call on this Saturday night. Thank you so much for staying up late with us. We are live here in studio at WLOX and broadcasting on WDAM. Our topic tonight, well, it's Ask Us Anything, and we are ready to get to the phone lines, Jim. We're going to Jackson County, and we're going to talk to Kevin. Kevin, good evening. What's going on in Hurley tonight?
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
going great.
Good.
Going great, bud. How are you?
Oh, you know, I've been better, but not too good tonight.
What's going on?
Well, I had an accidental discharge at work.
What did you discharge, Kevin? Sewage or
like my gun? I got this SIG 320.
Yep.
And it just like goes off left and right, and the thing went off in the office.
Oh, and
not good.
No, not good. What did your employer have to say about that?
Anybody hurt?
Well, he's trying to sue me right now over it. Like, the thing is just nuts.
Well, is it some kind of policy you're not supposed to have a gun at work?
The thing just went off again.
All right.
We got a prank.
Yeah, I felt like that one from the beginning. I was quick on the drop button there.
Well, first rule, you probably shouldn't be taking your automatic weapon to work. Look, I'm a gun owner. Got a lot of guns.
Sure.
Most workplaces, you'll probably frown on you taking your firearm to work.
Sure.
They're especially going to take you to task if you pull it out and discharge it.
Yep.
So, Kevin, behave yourself.
Behave yourself. What could somebody sue you on? I guess if somebody gotten hurt, yeah,
well, if somebody got hurt, now we're
criminal.
talking a different thing. You're talking about probably criminal charges. You're talking about civil charges. But a discharge, nobody hurt, no harm, no foul. But man, that would be dangerous.
Yeah.
And really nothing to joke around about. Really, this day and age with mass shootings and workplaces and things like that.
Workplace violence.
Nothing really to kid about. But shouldn't be taking guns to work usually, unless you're a cop or have some other
law
permission
enforcement
to take it. And you really need to be trained and not have it out playing with it and have it go off. That's just common sense.
All right, so everybody in Hurley, watch out for Kevin tonight in his SIG.
Kevin, behave yourself.
Yeah, Kevin, be careful out there, Kevin, for sure. All right, let's get to line 3 here and talk to Teresa. Teresa, good evening. What can we help you with?
Hi, yes, I had a question. I fell in an establishment, and I am just trying to see what my recourse would be. I'm kind of having a hard time with someone taking my case.
I see.
And I've had to have surgery from that fall.
Sure. Okay, Teresa, so a couple follow-up questions if you can stay on the line a second. What caused you to fall?
That I don't know. It was on the mat in the store where I fell. It felt like I had tripped over the mat or something on the mat had made me fall.
Okay. And what part of your body generally did you injure and have to have surgery on?
I had put my arm out of, it's a natural reaction to catch your fall, correct?
Right.
And end up tearing my rotator cuff and ripping some muscles in there.
And how long ago did this happen?
The end of January.
Okay, so you got plenty of time. So,
that's good.
So sorry to hear your injury and that you've got to go through all this. Glad that it's not more serious. Threshold thing, if you have this type of injury, generally you're going to have 3 years from the time that you were injured to bring a claim, but don't wait around if you have the idea that you have a claim. Go ahead and talk to an attorney early. There may be investigation, other things that need to be done before the claim can be vetted and filed, okay? That being said, it's going to depend on some more specific facts. You will need to be able to prove what caused you to fall. A lot of people are under the misconception that just because you fall on somebody else's property that somehow makes them responsible.
Right.
That's not true. If you fall on someone else's property for some reason that they didn't maintain the property in a reasonably safe condition or warn you of a potential unsafe condition, then they potentially become responsible. So, for instance, if there was the classic thing we get in law school is there's a banana peel in a grocery store.
Right.
If the banana peel just fell immediately or you dropped it and stepped on it, then the property owner is not responsible, right? If the banana peel's been there and somebody said, well, I saw that same banana peel there 6 hours ago and nobody cleaned it up, different ballgame.
Different case.
So sort of the same thing with the way that you fell. What caused you to fall is very important. If you just tripped and fell, then obviously they're not going to be responsible. If there's something to do with this mat that was rolled up, it wasn't there properly, somehow caused you to trip, then maybe that's an issue. I would say this, if you hadn't done it already, it's important. Most places now maintain video surveillance, especially around doorways. It'd be important for you or to get a lawyer to send for you what's called a preservation letter to make sure that video surveillance is not destroyed. A lot of times they're overrode and erased every 30 or 60 days.
Right.
The video will probably tell the tale of exactly how you fell, and that's going to be critical.
Is this something Teresa can do on her own, or does she need to be calling somebody like you on Monday? Or
probably not. I mean, probably honestly, if it happened in January, we're in May. There's a good chance that if there was a report, sounds like I didn't ask her this, but if a medical attention was sought at the time and an ambulance was there, they should have and may have preserved it anyway.
Right.
If it was seen to be inconsequential at the time, maybe not.
not.
So probably your best bet, especially with that type of serious injury, you can call the office Monday morning. talk to myself or my partner. If not, call some other attorney Monday. I would recommend that you talk to an attorney.
This is a lot to do by yourself, isn't it?
Especially with this serious of an injury. You want to dot your I's and cross your T's and make sure you're doing things right.
Right. Anyway, Teresa, all right, I hope you get to feeling better, and
Good luck to you, Teresa.
and Jim, I appreciate your honesty on that answer too, because you could easily just told, oh yeah, call me on Monday, but yeah, you kind of walked her through there.
Right.
But if, let's say, for example, let's say that mat was over a wet spot, or that mat had been rolling up all day on somebody, that changes the situation totally, doesn't it?
Absolutely. For instance, another thing would change it dramatically is if you investigate and 3 or 4 people had tripped and fallen on the same mat for a number of times and complained to the company.
Right.
Now you're talking about something completely different.
Right. And it's easy when you're young to discount falls. You're like, oh, it's just a fall. I only went 1.5 feet. But man, falls can be just devastating for you if it hits wrong.
Yeah. No, easily. I mean,
hit your
surprising number of people are killed in falls.
Gosh.
So
gravity.
Right.
Gravity doesn't care.
Especially as we get older, it makes a difference. So.
I didn't say anything about your age this time. You brought that up on your own. All right, that takes us into our final break of the evening. When I come back, I got contact information for both Matthew and Jim. When we come back, plus more of your calls on an Ask Us Anything night here on LawCall. And welcome back to LawCall. Here's that contact information I promised you. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer, Reeves and Mestayer, 228-374-5151. Their toll-free number as well. I actually called that one from Jackson this week, so I'm happy to report to you, Jim, that phone number is working.
Well, that's
you're
good
paying
to know,
for it.
Yes,
You're paying it. It's working. Baby, it's working. And rmlawcall.com. I was checking out the termite page on that one this week as well, so the website going as well. Of course, the boys are always in office on Monday morning for any calls we didn't get to on LawCall. Speaking of getting to, had a very interesting email question come in this week. And Jim, this one, it's not necessarily the particular medical issue, but the end of the question I think is something everybody's going to identify. It came in from Jonathan for you. Give me a second. It's a little bit of a long one. My wife has been dealing with a UTI for years. Her doctor and urologist ignored our concerns for an underlying surgery, just kept prescribing antibiotics. Finally, a different urologist found a huge kidney stone. Surgery was required to break it up. Those are so painful. Golly.
Yes.
Her surgeon implied that there is permanent damage. It makes me angry that our concerns were ignored for so long. Should we consider legal action? Now, the UTI and kidney stones are just so painful, but what grabs me about this one, Jim, is I think we all hear this different version of the story. Is a misdiagnosis long-term, is it something you can take legal action for?
Sure, sure it is. And so it depends on, like everything else, the circumstances. It may sound like a broken record saying that, but that applies more often to really more to medical cases than any others. So let's just break it down here in terms of what we know from the call. So she has a problem. She goes to a doctor for an extended period of time. There's a misdiagnosis. UTI, kidney stone. The key thing that steps out here to me to determine whether this is a potential case or not is the issue of permanent damage. Okay, people get UTIs all the time. They are misdiagnosed sometimes as kidney stones and vice versa. And if they are, in the end of the day, technically, would you have a right to sue? Maybe, if another doctor would say that this doctor breached some standard of care in his differential diagnosis and reaching that conclusion. As a practical matter, if you don't have some kind of serious injury in a medical malpractice context, these cases are so expensive to bring and are so hard fought that, and there are caps on medical malpractice cases that limit what you can recover. For instance, no matter how much pain and suffering you've endured, you're capped in a medical malpractice case to recovering $500,000 no matter what it is, no matter how badly you're hurt, no matter how much you've suffered, no matter how much mental anguish you've had. I don't think that's constitutional. It's bad law. It's been the law for about 20 years in this state, and at some point I would love to see it changed. But that's the reality right now. And if you go up against that sort of cap and you don't have a serious permanent injury, then you're really litigating. By the time you spend the money to litigate the case, hire the experts, you know, is it worth the risk? Usually not, unless it's a permanent injury or serious injury. So I'm sorry to hear what's happened to you.
Sure.
But if you end up having some type of permanent injury, I would then have someone look at it. It needs to be a competent attorney. Not
Yeah.
many attorneys handle medical malpractice cases these days. They're hard fought, they're complicated, they're expensive, and they're risky, and so most attorneys won't take them on. We do. Very selective about what we handle. We only handle really severe cases, but we'd be glad to talk to you about it if you'd like.
Well, and Jim, again, I appreciate your honesty because you're talking the dollars and cents of it,
Right.
and nobody deserves to suffer like she probably did. And kidney stones are just so painful, and UTIs can be just can make you lose your mind almost if they go long enough and everything. But on the practical side, there is the practical side of law. It just might not be financially able to move forward.
Right. So, for instance, in this case, let's just run the numbers real quick. This is what attorneys do when they look at something like this. So, if you only are limited to non-economic damages, a $500,000 cap, and I've got to pay, and it's not unusual to pay probably $200,000 to bring a medical malpractice case and go through a full trial, okay? Now, if you win the case, you get the $200,000 back, you have to pay your attorney a fee, and you get the difference, capped at $5,000, okay?
Right, tight.
You lose the case, everybody walks away a loser. A lot of times it won't make, in fact, I see more instances of medical mistakes, nursing home mistakes than any other type of potential lawsuits in my practice. I just do. I see them. I see it happens quite often. We have good doctors, have some bad ones too. That in the end, if you're an older person that doesn't have much of an economic loss, I hate to say it, or somebody who doesn't earn a significant wage, or don't have extended medical care, it's probably not economically feasible to take it on, and that's what's so unfair about this law.
Right. Well, you know who we need to bring on some state legislators. Talk about that.
That's a great
Talk
idea.
about that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's write that down for somebody. Hey, only got a minute left. Joseph, I'm sorry we can't get to your call. Joseph wanted to talk about doing a will for his fortune to be able to move on to somebody. Can you do that on your own now, Jim? Should you still see an attorney to do a will?
You know, I'm an old school guy. I don't. You know, this is not my area of practice, but I would. You know, you see these things online, on TV from time to time. Do your own will, save a lot of money. If you don't have a large estate, those might be okay.
Okay.
If you have any kind of significant assets, though, you really need to have an attorney put his or her eyes on it. It's too much at risk, and they're not that expensive to do. I mean, to do a simple will is not an expensive proposition. I would recommend having an attorney. If you have enough to prepare of an estate to prepare a will, you probably need to go talk to an attorney.
Right. What about Star Wars toys? Star Wars toys, that's pretty good investment I've made. No, probably could do that one on my own. Thank you so much for joining us.
May not go in
maybe, who knows?
I got some of those plates one time. Those Elvis plates.
Come on.
Those? Yeah.
That's a whole other show. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Jim. Thank you for coming in on Saturday. We'll be back next Saturday night to talk about termites across the Gulf Coast and possible legal action with them. But until then, good night. Topic tonight, well, it's Ask Us Anything, and we are ready to get to the phone lines, Jim. We're going to Jackson County, and we're going to talk to Kevin. Kevin, good evening. What's going on in Hurley tonight?
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
going great.
Good.
Going great, bud. How are you?
Oh, you know, I've been better, but not too good tonight.
What's going on?
Well, I had an accidental discharge at work.
What did you discharge, Kevin? Sewage or
like my gun? I got this SIG 320.
Yep.
And it just like goes off left and right, and the thing went off in the office.
Oh, And
not good.
No, not good. What did your employer have to say about that?
Anybody hurt?
Well, he's trying to sue me right now over it. Like, the thing is just nuts.
Well, is it some kind of policy you're not supposed to have a gun at work?
The thing just went off again.
All right.
We got a prankster.
Yeah, I felt like that one from the beginning. I was quick on the drop button there.
Well, first rule, you probably shouldn't be taking your automatic weapon to work. Look, I'm a gun owner. Got a lot of guns.
Sure.
Most workplaces, you'll probably frown on you taking your firearm to work.
Sure.
They're especially going to take you to task if you pull it out and discharge it.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, behave yourself.
Yeah, behave yourself. What could somebody sue you on? I guess if somebody gotten hurt, yeah, that would have been
if somebody got hurt, now we're
criminal.
talking a different thing. You're talking about probably criminal charges. You're talking about civil charges. But a discharge, nobody hurt, no harm, no foul. But man, that would be dangerous.
Yeah.
And really nothing to joke around about. Really, this day and age with mass shootings and workplaces and things like that.
Workplace violence.
Nothing really to kid about. But shouldn't be taking guns to work usually, unless you're a cop or have some other
law
permission to
enforcement
take it. And you really need to be trained and not have it out playing with it and have it go off. That's just common sense.
All right, so everybody in Hurley, watch out for Kevin tonight and his SIG.
Kevin, behave yourself.
Yeah, Kevin, be careful out there, Kevin, for sure. All right, let's get
WLOX LawCall, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
And welcome to Law Call on this Saturday evening. Thank you so much for staying up after the basketball game late with us. We are live in studio. Big topic tonight. Have you been having trouble with termites or other destructive pests? Termites have been called the slow motion hurricane of the South. We have got the show for you tonight. The phone lines are open, 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. We're taking all calls. If you have bought and purchased and worked on getting a termite bond or some sort of protection for your home and it has failed and you are now looking at thousands of dollars worth of damage, well, this is your show, and we've got the attorney for you for sure. Joining us from the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, it is the mountain man himself, Matthew Mestayer, and tonight our termite expert right here.
That's right.
We said in the promo this show is going to bite tonight. Literally.
We did say that.
It is, Matt, it is amazing, and all due respect to the termite, it is amazing how much damage they can do, especially the termites that are here that are so pervasive. But you do have options if you've tried to take protective measures for your home or your office.
You know, no question, Kevin. You know, I've had a termite claim myself at my family home. Woke up one morning about 2 years ago, a little pile of sawdust in the kitchen. I was like, Kelly, honey, that's my wife, Kelly. Could you call it a termite company? Have them come out and take a look. Sure enough, it was termites. So I have been through the process, and I know what they're being told. I've seen it firsthand, and absolutely, listen, termite activity is on the rise, Kenny. The claims are being denied more frequently. They need help. The damage is unbelievable, and I want people to know that there are options. You do not have to take no for an answer. Absolutely.
Matt prepared graphics for tonight's show.
Whenever
we have graphics on the show, that's TV talent.
I don't know what else I can do, Kenny. I don't know what else I can do for you.
We could do some pictures.
Well, I could.
We could have done some pictures.
Oh, we sure could have.
Here are the 3 bullet points right here, Matt. Here's what you need. Here's what you need to know that you might have a claim against the pest control company.
That's right. Listen, let's give it a little meat on the bone too, Kenny.
Okay.
First of all, termite, the application of termite protection of the chemicals is highly regulated.
Right.
So what we're seeing is a rash of substandard termite treatments that the companies you hire, the companies you pay, are not doing the job that they've been required to do.
Okay.
That's where it starts. And when that doesn't happen, you get trouble. So that's number one. Number two, all right, gave termite treatments without a contract. Once again, state law, state regulation. You cannot give someone termite, you can't treat a house with termite without having a contract.
Okay.
And then the last, fail to properly respond to an infestation. That's a big one. But I just really want people to know, Kenny, that, and I'm going to go back to it, I'm going to say it, and I'm going to keep saying it, they just do not have to take no for an answer. Listen, please get termite protection. Please get a termite contract. But if you have termite damage, if you have or see live termites, and you call your termite company and they give you a no, that you have options. I mean, that's what happened to me. That's exactly what happened to me. We had termite damage. We called the termite company. They said, "Oh, that's on you."
You're right.
I'm like, "No, it isn't on me." And they're like, "Are you the guy with the billboard?" I'm like, "I am." They're like, "Oh, it's not on. It's not on you. It is on." I mean, so I know what they're telling people, and it's just not right. And I mean, it's thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage, and you shouldn't have to kind of absorb that. Usually people's home is their biggest investment.
No doubt.
It's where their wealth is, and so absolutely. Listen, it's just about holding people responsible for the job you pay them to do. We're not making people, we're not just suing anybody willy-nilly. They have a job to do. If they do it right, great. But if they don't, they should be held responsible.
And like you said, it is a highly controlled chemical, dangerous chemicals, honestly.
Absolutely.
And you got to be careful with them. And you pay for that termite bond. That's kind of the term everybody uses. You pay for your house, and you deserve, your house, your family deserves protection.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about, there are kind of 2 type of termite contracts that are out there.
Okay.
One is called the repair guarantee contract.
All right.
Those are becoming a little harder to get. They're obviously more expensive, and the basic premise of that is that the termite company says, if you have termite damage, we will pay for it regardless of cost. That's the repair guarantee. That's the best one to get. That's the one I recommend you can get if you can afford it. There's still some companies out there will provide it to you. I'm not going to say who they are.
Sure.
You're going to have to call around, but that's the best one to get. That's number one. If you can't afford that, just a service contract. And that contract says, well, if you have damage, that's on you, but we will service your property, we will service your home, we will give you termite protection. But what I'm saying is it's okay, and if they do it right, okay, if they do it right and you have termites, well, so be it.
Right.
But what we're saying, what we'll do, free of charge, we'll go out and check. We have our own team of experts. We'll go out there and make sure they did it right. And if they did, so be it. But if they didn't, we hold them responsible.
Right.
As
exactly.
they should be.
Matt,
That's right.
You even have a bug scientist on your team.
I sure do.
Yeah.
I absolutely do. It's an entomologist, Kenny. An entomologist, not
of course it is.
They bristle at bug scientists.
Do they?
Entomology, yeah, they
what about
do.
Insectologists?
They don't like that
They
either.
don't like that one either?
No.
Entomologists.
Entomologist. That's what it is.
Very
That's
good.
what, and
Let's
they
get
like
to the
that.
phone.
They
Phone
do.
lines are hopping. All three
Yep.
lines we going right here. We're going to talk
Let's
talk to Matt here. We've got Matt's galore. Matt,
Oh, boy.
What can we help you with
Hey,
tonight?
Matt.
Hello, gentlemen. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I went to a big box store, bought a termite control package, and I followed all the instructions to a T. Okay. I still have termites in my home. I can't believe it. Do I have any legal options?
Yeah, interesting question, Matt. So we went to one of the big home improvement stores.
Sure.
I've seen the packages myself.
Yeah.
Do it yourself. You got the traps you put in your yard. He says he followed the instructions to a T. Does he have any options here?
Did he?
Well, that's what he said.
That's what he did say.
That's what he said.
Listen, hard to say with what he said. What we would do is I'd want to check that. And so,
Okay.
When you have a termite case, and we have lots of them and more coming in, unfortunately, daily, I send my team out there. It's hard to kind of do these things over the phone. We go on site with our measuring tapes, with our, with the flashlights and up in attics, crawling under the houses. You have to do that. You've got to measure. It's very specific, so it's just really hard to say. If he followed everything right, well then, maybe just one of those things. But we'd have to look and see. We just have to look and see. And that's what a termite case requires. You can't do it over the phone. If you hire someone to help you with termite and they just want to go over the phone, if they don't want to go out there, then I promise you got the wrong person. Every case is different. Every house is different. Every termite case and the damage, the hidden damage, how to find the damage, where's the damage. You've just got to be out there on site, and you got to be under the house, in the attics. We do it all the time because you have to. There's only a way to do it.
Well, and it does show that they are absolutely in Biloxi. I appreciate the call tonight to get us started. The phone lines got 3 lines open, 2 lines really rolling right here. When we come back after the break, we're going to get to all of these calls, plus a great email question as we talk about termite season and what your options are here on LawCall.
Welcome back to WLOX LawCall, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX LawCall.
And welcome
There
back
we
to
go.
LawCall
Hello.
on this Saturday night. If you could only
Happy
hear
Mother's
what we got. Yes, happy Mother's Day out
Indeed.
there. And
Feels
happy
like it's
birthday.
Sunday.
And happy birthday to the
Junior.
to Junior.
9
right
born.
over there.
That's right.
You can't see him, but he's right there.
He's here with us.
He is right there.
Florida State.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yes, indeed.
Studying all sorts of good stuff.
9 boron. Yeah,
I
who knew?
Setting him up.
Twice.
Setting him up here.
Twice.
Touch
Said
2
it.
assists. Thank you so much for staying up late with us after the basketball game
Thank you.
and the news. We do appreciate it. Tonight we are talking about termites and pest control companies, and if you have spent that money for a termite bond or pest control, and then here they are invading your house, you do have options. We're going to go to the phone, and we're going to go to line 2 and talk to Vanda from Waynesboro. We hadn't had a call from Waynesboro in a while.
Sure had.
Really appreciate it. Vanda, what can we do for you tonight?
Hey, Vanda.
Oh, shoot. Did we lose her? We might have just stayed up too late for her.
Yeah.
Vanda, are you there? We're going to hold on for you.
Who could blame her?
No, I can't. I can't.
Who could blame her?
Skylar, is she there? I really wanted to get to her. Oh, shoot. I think we lost her. All right. Well, they did let me know. All right. So she does not have termite problems, but she does have another pest control problem.
Okay.
And they have, just taken over her house, and she has had pest control company after pest control company come.
I've got it.
And,
I know what to do.
She.
Hope she's listening.
I hope so, too.
Okay, Vanda, if you're listening, I hope you are, call the Department of Agriculture, the Mississippi Department of Agriculture.
Okay.
You call them, and they will send out an investigator to your house. This is all free of charge, by the way. It's one of the best services the state provides.
That's a great
idea. They
idea.
will come out there to your house, and then they will, they'll meet with you. They'll find out what the problem is, and then, without notice, they will go out to the pest control company, and they will say, for Vanda's house, give me your records right now. I want everything you got.
Right.
They'll look at it. They'll do a report, and if they find a violation, they will fine the pest control company. It is a fabulous service. They don't get near enough credit. It's just a wonderful, wonderful service the state provides, because, as I kind of mentioned, pest control, who knew, a highly, highly regulated industry.
Right.
The rules, there's extensive rules, what they can do, how they can do it, the time frame they have to do it, and these guys will make sure that that these people are doing what they're paid to do, and that's what it's all about.
And you said the State Department of Agriculture?
The Department of Agriculture. Ben, if you
Okay.
want to call my office Monday, I'll give you the number and send you on your way. You call them, that literally they will respond. They will have someone at your house within a few days. It's fabulous.
Vanda, if you can't call Matt on Monday for the number, let me suggest to you there. I know the guys in Waynesboro pretty well. I guarantee you call your board of supervisors up there. They're going to know who to contact on that one. Or call Matt on that side, or your USDA office, your closest USDA office.
Mississippi Department of Agriculture.
Okay,
That's what you're looking
very
at.
good. That's a great tip. Great tip. All right, let's get to the email question that came in from Evan this week. As soon as it came in, Matt, I said, we got to hold on to this baby. We got to use this thing. Evan said, I had termites and received a release form from the pest control company to settle the claim. Should I have this document reviewed by a lawyer? Hold that thought. He keeps going.
Mary.
I'm glad. Actually, that's all we need. That's all
Can we
really
just stop
need.
right
We
there?
just stop right there.
Just stop right there.
You can see the rest. Evan's got a lot more about liability and floor damage and everything, which is bad. Have you heard of this? And it sounds like he needs to have somebody review this.
Listen, here is one of
an email question.
I know, rarely,
right there,
rarely.
That was hot.
Here is one of the kind of subtle issues that we deal with, and that is when they agree to repair. Okay, generally it is in their interest to repair as little as possible to get you to sign a release, and they run and never come back to your property again. And if you say, I have more damage, too bad, you signed the release, Evan. You released us. So I have to tell you, what we do when we were involved, we require the termite companies, they've got to pull back within 6 feet of the last seen damage on the house, on the this, on the that. And let me tell you, they're not going to want to do that, Evan. They don't like doing it. They want to get right to the last bit of damage, and as soon as they find an inch of clear spot, they're like, okay, we got it all, we're good, you sign this, we're out of here, and they run. That's not how it goes, because we've seen it hundreds of times. Termites, God only knows why. They'll eat one place, they'll go 10 feet and then eat another place, go 10 feet, eat another place. So you've got to kind of hold their feet to the fire. It's the thing. My wife worried about it. Every female that I've ever had in a termite case, they're like, how do we know? How do we know? Did we get it all? And it is hard. And so you've got to kind of go further than you want. You have to kind of look. There's some kind of key spaces that we know to look. And it's very difficult, but you got to kind of hold their feet to the fire. So please don't sign that document. Please let us come out there.
Review it.
I mean, well, not just the document, but just, I want to see, let's see what the damage is. As I said, when we're involved, we're literally out there at your house day to day when the termite company is doing repairs. It's sometimes just like this, Kenny, that we're standing there, the contractor's there, they open up the wall, we see damage, you're like, yep, 6 feet, you got to go further, you got to go further.
Keep going.
I mean, that you just got to do it. You just got, because left to their own devices, sometimes, heaven forbid, that they're not looking out for your interests. So
Matt,
you just got to be boots on the ground.
I tell you what this reminds me a little bit of, and I'm going back to all of our Katrina days. It reminds me a little bit of the Chinese drywall.
I figured you'd go there.
I mean, it kind of feels that way, doesn't it? When y'all had to do all the investigations and y'all were taking samples of all the sheetrock, and you and Jim were, and I remember y'all talking about, no, you got to go 4 feet or or something like that.
No, it's exactly like that. And so it's just, it's one of the challenges in these cases to get it all. And nobody's perfect, but I tell you, without us or someone like us, I promise you, they are going to want to put, slap a little lipstick on that and get you to sign a document and run out of there. And, that's not right. That's not what you want.
Boy, that sounds like it sounds like it's the worst type of insurance agent or negotiator you could run up on that one.
Yeah.
Great question from Evan tonight on that side. First question, that's all we need. We need to hear about the rest of the floor damage.
Right.
If you ever want to email us a question, so easy to do, rmlawcall.com. Get on the guy's website. A couple different ways to email us from there. You can go onto Google. There's a lot of different options out there. Matt's email is everywhere. It's right there. It's right there on the it's on the graphic.
Yeah, there it is.
Right there. So email us. We try to find the best email for the best show. So if we get a car email in, then we'll put it on a car show. Termites. Matt, this topic is so important. We were talking in the break, as you probably heard. Are we going to do termites next Saturday as well?
We are going to do it.
Keep it going.
I do, because I tell you, I just, having gone through it with my clients, you just can't take no for an answer. And I don't want you to. Make that free call. We'll come out, take a look. We'll get the state out there, do a free investigation, make sure all the bases are covered, and just make sure you're getting a fair, a fair turn. And I just want people to do it. And as I say, termites are getting worse. They're getting more active.
This is for our entire viewing area
absolutely.
and the entire coast.
Absolutely.
We could go from Florida to New Orleans on this show, and it would affect everybody the same.
No questions. I mean, and so we're just, the calls are just coming in for good reason. And as I say, having been through it myself, I understand the emotional side of it, and this is your house, and I get it. And it's about helping people. That's why we do this. That's why Jim and I kind of do the work we do. And I want people to be helped, and I hate it. And when they're not, and once again, having firsthand seen what they tried to do to me, what they tried to do to my house, and I know what they're trying to do to other folks.
They picked the wrong Ocean Springs house that week. So, all right, this gets us into break. When we can come back, we got 2 calls on the line. We're going to try to get to both of them, especially line 3. They've been on hold forever. We're going to get to you for sure, plus contact information for both Matt and Jim when we come back on LawCall. See what happens in the last 3 minutes here.
I got it.
And welcome back. Jim Reeves, Matthew Metier, Reeves and Metier. New graphic this week. Look at this, 228-374-5151. I wasn't cleared on this.
No, you weren't.
Music's the same. Thank heavens for that. Right. Got the toll-free number as well, rmlawcall.com. Oh, I see what's going on. All of your social networking pages right there. Facebook, LinkedIn, X, which was, of course, Twitter, and YouTube. And Instagram. Instagram's up there, too. Let me encourage y'all. Insta. You're right.
Please.
Let me encourage you, do go by their YouTube page. The guys have got most of our shows from last year on there. A lot of great information. Of course, their telephone number, 228-374-5151. Matt will be in the office on Monday at 9 a.m. And we're going to stay here at 8:30. Very good. We're going to stay here in Biloxi and go to Patricia. Patricia, good evening. Not a lot of time. What can we help you with?
Hey, Patricia.
Hi there. I called a company to come out to do an inspection for termites, because when they start swarming, I have an exorbitant number of them coming up all around the baseboards, everywhere in the house.
Tell me.
And they sent out a salesman, and he did not really do any type of inspection. He just listened to what I told him. They offered me the contract that also included repair.
Oh,
okay.
And I asked him if he had to go up in the attic, and he said no. And so I gave them a check. I think it was for $1,600.
Okay.
And I signed the guy's iPad. I said, "Do you have a copy of what I'm signing?" And he said, "No, but I can email it to you." So gave him my email address, and I never got the documents. He said somebody would call to schedule a treatment, and nobody ever called. The guy did show up, but right after he got here, it started pouring so hard of rain that he had to leave. And then it went straight to a finance company, which I said, no, I don't want to finance it. So that was the last I heard from them.
Oh, Patricia. All right, Matt.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Patricia, we've seen that. Absolutely. That's just kind of bad service. First of all, you are absolutely entitled to that contract. By law, they're required to give you that contract. So we have, It is something we're seeing now, a lot more stuff on iPads, and so you just sign a little piece and they say, oh, I'm going to get it to you. And then, you know, I bet you haven't seen that salesman again, have you? You know what I mean? They're off to the next sale. So I get it. So, you know, listen, happy to help you. You're getting bad service here. Hopefully you don't have a termite problem. I'm glad you have a repair guarantee. That's a good start.
Okay.
But let's kind of clean up this a little bit. So, you know, call me on Monday and we'll get involved a little bit. We'll make sure you get a copy of that contract. We'll get them to come out there and schedule your treatment and make sure to kind of get you on the right track. But you're right, though. It is time. It's termite season. They're swarming. It's Mother's Day to Father's Day. You know, you see them in the lights. You see them all over town, Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Gulfport, wherever, on the coast, Hattiesburg. They're here. So it's a good time, and I'm glad you called, but we'll get you straightened out.
So the guy came back out, and I appreciate not putting out the chemicals during the rain, but it seems like scheduling another appointment would have been a good idea. Matt, time for her to get a little proactive here and call you?
It does, because let me tell you, as I said, it's a highly technical, highly regulated industry.
Right.
And what she's describing is not technically regulatedly sound kind of treatment. You know that would greatly concern me. She's paid a lot of money.
That's right.
Right, and
that's
she
deserves.
Fair amount of
money.
That's a good bit of money. That's real money, as we say in Pascagoula. And anyway, she deserves, you know, the kind of treatment that she's paying for platinum service. She's just not getting it.
Right.
Platinum protection. So let's make sure she gets that, because, you know, hopefully, God forbid, she doesn't have a termite problem. But if she does, you know.
Matt, I want to go over the first thing you said with this show is don't take no for an answer or inaction. Let's wrap it up. We only got like 30 seconds to go. Scott, we're not going to be able to get to you this week, but look, we're going to do another termite show next Saturday night. Matt, let's hit that part. Don't say no.
There are options. Don't say no for an option. If you have termite damage, you know, your termite company says no, call us for a free look. We will come out there. I will come out personally with my team. We'll look at your house. We'll look at your documents and make sure you're being told accurate information. So do not take no for an answer, please. No. Next week, I'm going to have a list of some of the cases we've resolved just in the last 2 years. Those are people that had the chutzpah to give us a call. We went out there, and sure enough, let's just say they're glad we did.
Right.
They're glad we did.
And Matt, this is just one of these things that it would be hard to do on your own, wouldn't it? It'd just be very hard.
Very hard. You know, very technical. You know, a lot of details. I mean, we have, as we say, an entomologist, okay? Because you're going to hear a lot of things. You're going to say, oh, that's not termites, or that's the wrong kind of termites. You have protection for this termite. That happens to be a different kind. Sorry for you. Or, you know, oh, do you have mulch up by your house, or you have a water leak, or that termite's in the trees? There are a lot of things you hear, so we've got to bring in our team to kind of level the playing field.
All right, so more details. We usually don't do it to be continued, but join us back here.
That's right. A twofer.
A
double header.
Same bat channel, same bat time next Saturday night on that one. Thank you so much for all of our calls in tonight. Matthew, Vanda, and Patricia, really do appreciate it. Evan with the email. We'll see you next Saturday night to talk a little bit more about termites with you. But until then, my friends, good night.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much for staying up with us a little bit later here on Saturday night after the game and the newscast. Our topic tonight, we're talking about termites, and it is termite season right now. Matt, we got a great call from Hattiesburg. If you're ready, we're going to go to line 1 here. Talk to Miss Bernice. Bernice, what can we help you with?
Hey, hello.
Bernice. Hello.
Hey.
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 Hello, Bernice.
We got you live on the air.
You talking too low. I got everything cut off. I was trying to find out, could y'all, it's fair charge to come for these, what you call it?
Inspections?
Yeah.
Yeah, no charge at all, Bernice. We come free of charge. Absolutely. We're happy to come out to your house personally. I will be there, my team. One of the lawyers I work with all the time, Brian Whitman, he knows all the regulations as well as anybody, so we'll come.
Hey, look, I barely can hear you.
Well, we're coming to your house nonetheless, Bernice. We're still coming. So we'll get you on off air. I'll call you Monday. We'll come out there and see whatever your problem is. Happy to come.
Bernice, I'm sorry about the audio connection, but we got your number. Matt will give you a call
blame it, Kenny.
On Monday. Yeah, blame me on that one. Our producer
Bernice.
did let me know, Bernice, if you're listening on your TV, that she does have a termite protection on her house.
Yep.
But this week she noticed the termites were swarming.
Okay.
She's been turning her lights off at night. Yeah. She's worried. Does that mean they are near her house or in her house just because they're swarming around the lights? What does she need to watch for?
Well, that's a concern for sure. You need to really, look for damage. Look for actually termites will have a little exit hole through sheetrock.
Right.
So, what I'd want to do is go out there and see if she has bait stations, see what kind of protection she has.
Okay.
And then I'd kind of want to inspect the house just to see if there's any evidence of damage, things like that. The truth be told, swarming does not absolutely mean that they're there and in the house. It obviously means they're in the area, and that's a concern, but happy to go out there and check and see what we can find out.
Let me just say this, WLOX, if swarming was a sign of a problem, then
we'd all be in trouble.
Yeah, we'd all
be doing termites every week for the next 2 years.
But there are things you can do to kind of protect your house a little bit. You mentioned them last week, definitely the lighting for sure.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned no mulch near your house.
That's a thing. Water sources, termites need water, so that's an issue. So if there's a water intrusion, ground to wood contact with your beams, things like that. A lot of like my house, for example, a lot of houses here on piers and pylons. That's good. So there are a few things like that. Sometimes the trees need to be trimmed. That's the thing. Termites can be in the trees. They can be a colony there and kind of start there. So there's a bunch of stuff we can look at.
And y'all look at all of that.
We look at all that.
The
Absolutely.
whole thing. So
Bernice, free of charge.
Bernice, thank you so much for the call from Hattiesburg tonight. Appreciate you watching, and check it out on the WLOX app right now. If you're missing us on the TV, I don't know how you're going to hear that, but always watch us on the app on that side. But
rarely are they saying we're too quiet.
Yeah, no, too quiet.
Usually it's the other way.
Yes, that's
Usually
true.
We're a little too
email question of the week came in from Sheila. I'm not sure what town Sheila was calling from. Little bit of a long question here, but y'all see where it's going. We contracted with a well-known exterminator. I appreciate Sheila not saying the name. 13 years ago. I recently found termite damage in 4 areas of my home. I just hired an inspector, and he determined the initial treatment for termites was incomplete. So for the last 13 years, my home has been exposed with an exterminator telling me, looks good, see you next year. I should probably be in its own little set of quotes there. We've all heard that one, Sheila. Of course, they don't accept any responsibility. Matt, a lot to unpack there.
Boy, for sure, Kenny, and it's just it's a common frame we're seeing in these kind of cases. And listen, the first thing we would do is I'd want to check. I'd want to see the inspection report you're talking about. We'd want to go out with my own team and see, and then we'd immediately want to call your termite company, have them meet us out there. We'd want to make sure that your house was treated correctly. Yes, I would be very concerned if for 13 years you were paying somebody to treat your house and it wasn't done correctly. So that'd be a problem. That'd be very concerned. But so we'd have to definitely go over it with a fine-tooth comb. I'd bring my team out there. I'd bring the people you're paying. I'd require that they be out there as well. And we fix the problem, make sure we do it right, and at least now, and just kind of see where it goes.
Matt, 4 years ago when we were doing the show, I think we probably talked about termites every so often. Certainly not 10 years ago when we started. So this is just something new to y'all's, not new, but it's recent to your office.
It is. It's honestly something that we wouldn't have really, done 10 years ago, Kenny, and it's just we're just seeing an uptick in damage, an uptick in the amount of claims, and it's the basis of what we do. It's all about paying someone to do a service. You expect them to do a good job, not a perfect job, but just follow the rules and just do a responsible, good job. And when they don't, being held responsible. And so it dovetails beautifully with what we do, and we're just seeing a lot of it. And I just say I hope. It is just a very difficult situation to go through. It's economically can be devastating to somebody, and it's like a little mini tornado. It's like a little mini hurricane. So it's it's Chinese. We've done Chinese drywall. We've done BP. So it dovetails very nicely with the kind of work we're doing.
Matt, it's an interesting kind of comparison to a slow motion hurricane. Except that this one has such a personal basis to it. Are you finding that they're not providing the termite bond properly, or is it a mixture of they're not using the right chemicals?
Really, Kenny, honestly, what we're seeing,
I just cut right to it.
Yeah, you did. You really did.
I just lasered. I just burrowed right down.
Well, you're proud of yourself. Like a termite, like a subterranean termite. Stop. Anyway, what we're seeing, honestly, the most frequently is just not following the directions, not treating the house properly, not creating that entire barrier around the house. For example, a driveway. Let's use this as a common example. They are required to, in most cases, not every case, there are some exceptions for pre-treatment, but in most cases, they are required to drill holes in your driveway and treat in your driveway as it's near the house. How many folks have that? Do you have that in yours?
My mother-in-law does, but we do not.
Okay, well there you go. Well, guess what? That's thank you. Thank you. So it's those kind of things, and I get it. They don't want to drill in people's driveway. What are you doing? But it's just those kind of things. I think honestly, the truth of it is, maybe 10, 15 years ago, that would have flown, that would have worked. Maybe the chemicals were a heck of a lot better. Who knows? And cancer causing, God only knows. But with the chemicals they're using now, you've got to do it right. And we just hold them, make sure they do it right. And what we're seeing, they're just not being done correctly. Not being done correctly.
All right, so there it is. It's part of it, part of the problem.
Definitely part of it.
Definitely part of the problem. All right, so we take this into our final break of the evening. When we come back, we've got contact information. It does for Matt and Jim, and one or two more questions here on Law Call.
WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
Yes, they are the attorneys for South Mississippi, and welcome to Law Call on this Saturday night. Thank you so much for staying up after the game with us tonight and after the news. Our topic tonight, well, it bites. We are talking about termite damage. That's right. Same show we did last week, back by popular demand. Tremendous amount of calls after the show, tremendous amount of emails this week. Termites in this area and along the entire Gulf Coast. We could broadcast this from Pensacola to New Orleans and it would all count the same. Big problems. So what happens when you get a termite damage to your house and the pest control company says, oh, we're not responsible? You need an attorney. And we got just the guy tonight. The phone lines are open, 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713, right there on the bottom of your screen. Give you everything that you need. Joining us now from the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, it is our Saturday night friend, Matthew Mestayer. Matthew, I mean, we've done back-to-back shows. We've done back-to-back shows. We've never done back-to-back topics before in our time, but this is a biggie. And
it's too big.
It's too big for one show.
It really is, Kenny. Absolutely. You know, and I tell you, and I just. It's something I'm very passionate about because, as we know from last week, you know, I had a termite claim myself, and I know what people go through, and I've seen kind of the damage firsthand, and it is a home wrecker. You know, I tell you, and it is just, I don't know what's happening, but it seems like the frequency is going up, the termites are more active, or the treatments maybe not. Who knows? I don't know what to tell you. It seems like there are more and more termite claims. People are just coming. We get more and more phone calls all the time.
Right. So, Matt, let's break it down. Obviously, you can't sue the termites. The termites are, for the most part, they are an act of nature, and they're like a slow-motion hurricane. But the problem is, all the folks, I'm included too, got a termite bond on the house or some sort of termite protection, pest control protection, and then all of a sudden there they are. They have breached the border. The enemy's behind the wall, and
there's a breach.
There's a breach, and then you call your termite company, and they're like, "Oh man, so sorry about that. We can't help you."
Absolutely, Kenny. And here's what we do. Listen, my team, you know, we have entomologists, we have contractors. You know, if people have a question, if they have a concern, we will come out there free of charge and look at it and make sure that you got proper service, because that's the trick. All right, if everything was done right and you still have damage, well, sometimes I guess that just happens. But we want to make sure that everything was done correctly. It's a highly regulated industry. The rules are very specific. Distances between bait stations, what type of treatment you have to use when, how often that has to be checked, et cetera, et cetera. We make sure everything was done right. And if it wasn't, we hold people responsible that you're paying because they were paid to do the job. They were expected to do that job, and when they don't, we hold them responsible.
And Matt, also like we talked about last week, not only are the chemicals highly regulated, but they have to be done properly. You just can't put them out willy-nilly in the yard or across the driveway. They have to be done by a real professional.
Absolutely. Let me throw a shout out to the state too, by the way. It's not something I do on a weekly basis. But the Department of Agriculture, they have an investigative division that we usually include, you know, frequently in not every case. But what you can do, you call the Department of Agriculture, say you're having a termite problem, and they will send out an investigator free of charge, Kenny, to your house that will review your treatment, look where the bait stations are, you know, kind of do a full analysis, and then, even better, they go that same day to the termite company unannounced and say, give me your file. Give me your file. And they take it home, they analyze it, they review it, and they see if there's been any mistakes, any violations. That's a fabulous service. It really holds everyone accountable. It's free of charge to every Mississippian. You know, and as I say, it's just, you know, holding them accountable, better service for everybody, better treatment for everybody, for sure.
So it's one thing to talk about termites, but this week we brought some photos of cases that are in Matt's office.
These are case files right
now. So Matt, this is someone in your office. This is the damage they've done, and they had a termite bond or something like that on their home.
Absolutely. These are from the case files from Reeves Mestayer. These are either former or active cases still going on, or ones we've settled not too long ago. And this is just some of the amazing damage that you'll see in these termite cases. What you're looking at there, Kenny, as you can see, obviously the wood, that is a termite nest, okay? That little styrofoam kind of little webby kind of thing. If that's not too overly technical, that actually is a termite nest. And so those are the kind
the cinder block.
Inside, actually that's wood. That's inside a wall. So how about that? So that's what you've got to deal with. That's what you've got to kill. That's what you got to take care of.
I'm no bug doctor.
No, you're not.
No bug scientist.
Clearly, that's no cinder block, sir. That's wood frame, or that was wood frame.
What's your
it's
next
cardboard
one
now.
here?
Let's go to the next one.
It's just
Yep. And you know, listen, folks, having gone through this myself, it is very unpleasant to open up your floor, open up your walls, and see that kind of damage. And
is that what we're looking at, a floor here?
That's the
Matt?
floor. Yep.
Okay.
Or was a floor. That was a floor.
Just ate through it.
Just ate through it, and I can tell you so many places, so many houses we've been to. Let's look at the next one. Yep. All right.
Now,
yeah,
this
once
one
again,
I recognize.
Okay, there we go. That was a piece of wood, and then as you can see, they also kind of had a nest going in there. And let's go ahead and look at one more, I think, maybe our last one.
Ooh.
Yep, there we go. Yep, just eating through the wood all the way, just making a hole, and off they go.
And
so
Matt, this is not stuff you pulled off the internet. This
no.
This isn't something you just got off of Google. This is clients and people in your office.
This is houses from Ocean Springs, Biloxi, Gulfport, and not only that, Kenny. Every one of these cases, these folks were told by the termite company, you have no claim, nothing we're going to do, we can't help you, that's on you. And every one of those cases we resolved for our clients, and they got their damage paid for.
Every one of those?
Every one of those.
Every one of those.
Every single one of those, absolutely.
If the big thing we heard from last week, if you hear no,
call me.
Don't take that for an answer.
Do not. That's right. Do not take no for an answer. That's the biggest thing I want to say. Listen, we don't just sue people to do it. We just hold people responsible that should be held responsible. We will come out free of charge, take a look. We will do all the measurements. We'll look and see what product they use. And if they did everything right, fabulous, wonderful, great, wonderful. And thank you, goodbye. If they didn't do something, right, well, then you know what? They're responsible. And we hold them responsible, and thank goodness. Because otherwise, because I know what happens, it runs to the homeowner.
Right.
And this, as you can see in those pictures, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage. And not only that, you have to just, if you ever want to sell your house, you have to disclose that in your disclosures. And so I promise you that reduces the value of your home. Yeah. Even if you've killed every single termite, even if your house is better than it was, I promise you, you've got to put on there, had a termite infestation, that's going to drive the value of your house down.
That floor photo, I didn't even recognize that as a floor.
I know it.
That's bad. That's expensive.
That is.
And I don't know much about construction, but when you can see the dirt through your
that's
floor,
expensive.
That's expensive.
That is expensive.
All right, so that's our topic for tonight. Phone lines are getting going here. We got 3 lines already lit up, 2 more to go. If you got a call out there, we will take any of your pest control questions, any of your termite questions. We'll take them tonight. And we come back here on LawCall. We got a great email question that came in this week, perfect for this week's show. Plus contact information when you come back here on LawCall.
Right.
And welcome back to LawCall. Here's that contact information I promised you. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer, Reeves and Mestayer, 228-374-5151. They have the toll-free number as well. Plus rmlawcall.com, which they have tons of photos of termite damage. That's loaded. That's loaded, the website is. And of course, you can find all of this great information on Facebook, LinkedIn, X, and YouTube. We'll have this week's show and last week's show on YouTube. Probably by the end of the week, and have all that kind of follow-up contact information you need from there. We do have last year's show on there too, if you really want to go into the archives. Hey, right off the hot presses here, I wish I had the way to send my text message to the screen. Friend of the show, watching right now. Appreciate you watching right now. I'm not saying any names.
Thank you.
Was just looking at buying a $250,000 home over, let's just say on the coast, and her and her husband decided not to buy the home because they revealed at the closing that it did have massive termite damage 2 years ago, had been withheld, so they're holding up. They're not saying no totally, but they're holding off the sale totally. And Matt, the real estate side of this is that's like the aftershock, isn't it?
I have to tell you, what we're seeing, so many of these cases kind of have their genesis in this, kind of situation, and it's trouble, Kenny, because when you sell your house, you are required to make the disclosures in the real estate transactions. You are required to say if you had termite damage. And I have to tell you, we have seen some cases where people are not saying, and then the new owners come in, and then they notice, well, what about this? What about this? And they see repair work, and I'm like, well, if it was repaired, then the owners knew. And if the owners knew, they didn't disclose it. So it is trouble. So there's something, there has to be the WDIR, the wood destroying inkset report. That's part of the closing documents people have to review. So we are seeing this all the time. You can't escape it because I promise you, and it's not pretty if you don't disclose.
I mean, it's like a lien on your house. It's like a meth house. Well, you have to disclose it. And then
we've got several cases going right now where people, bought a house, not disclosed, and we know for a fact the owners knew that there was bad termite damage. And that doesn't go good for anybody.
No, that opens up a whole
No, it does not. A whole can.
Hey, look, let's take a look again at the photos. And I want to preface these by letting everybody know these are photos from clients that Matt has right now. And Matt, you've gotten settlements or recoveries for all of these folks, haven't
Oh yeah,
you?
these are look, these photos are pretty graphic, and
That's a
gosh, we
floor.
have hundreds of them. But real photos and some of the real results we've gotten for folks that have been told no by the termite companies: 375,000, 290,000, 75. 150,000, 80,000, 400,000.
Wow.
Kenny, it starts with, the first thing we do, Kenny, is get a handle on the damages and what the repair cost is, and then kind of it goes from there. But absolutely, so folks, that's real money for people that were told you have no recourse, nothing, that's on you, your fault, get out of here. And instead, these people got their home repaired and, are in much better shape. Thank goodness.
Let's take your smallest one there, $75,000 for some folks. That's half the value of their home.
Oh, absolutely.
For repair work and everything. And you talked about that, and it's like we talked about with your lovely bride. I mean, it's just the stress factor of thinking your home is about to collapse underneath your feet. It's another toll.
Right, and to tell you, and right now, and an elderly lady, she had to take a mortgage out at 85 years old, Kenny. 85 years old to take a mortgage out to get her house repaired.
Wow.
I mean, who has an extra 75,000 laying around? I don't. You may. I don't know.
No.
Right. So I mean, that's what we're talking about. That
Right.
and you don't want to talk about stress.
Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine this poor lady sitting there. Well, I went to the bank, and and I'm like, well, yes, ma'am. And anyway,
well, I'm feeling for Bernice in Hattiesburg who just called in. I mean, you could tell she's worried about keeping her lights on on the back porch on that side.
Yeah.
Matt, only a few minutes left in the show. If you do see some sign of termite damage in your home right now, do you call the termite company first?
You video on your phone. You call the termite company first, have them come out there, and if they give no for an answer, you call me.
Okay.
So video first, call termite company second, call me third.
Is there these are big names. I mean, we're not saying them on air right now, but these are the commercials you're seeing on. And by the way, it's like if you're watching any type of cable or news and direct TV advertising.
It's termite season for them too.
Oh boy, yes. I mean, all the major companies are these the companies that you're dealing with?
Oh, absolutely. Frequently, absolutely. And it's it's an industry that in a lot of ways has gone unregulated, kind of checked, so to speak. And they've let a lot of things get slack, a lot of just kind of gotten loosey-goosey.
Right.
And what we're seeing now is they've gotten our full attention and we're getting it tighten it down. So hopefully, and the hope is, listen, my prayer is that they do it right for everybody, and I got a different line of work. I'll do something else. I work, other things. I'll go back to regular, car wrecks and other things like that. But unfortunately, so far, got plenty to do.
You'll go back to finding insurance companies.
Absolutely.
And
I'm still
kind
finding.
Yeah, sure.
Still doing that too.
On the side.
I got a lot of time in the day.
If y'all watch our show frequently enough, you'll know that Matt will tell folks who call in or cases, hey, this is something you could do on your own, and he'll let you know if there's a case that maybe you can handle on yourself or go to justice court with. Matt, nothing about this sounds like you, outside of videotaping it on your phone, it doesn't sound like there's much you can do.
No,
you need help.
It is very tricky. But the good news is, and one of the things we will do is litigation is a slow process. It's a grind.
Right.
And so in a lot of these cases, we can resolve these early without filing suit.
Wow.
I mean, we've done so much of this now. We know the other side, they know us, so it kind of dispenses with all the, the kind of posturing.
Right.
We can get kind of right to it and hopefully sometimes get an early resolution. So thank goodness.
You're like, hey, this is what happened.
That's right. This is what happened. Here's the damn. You look at those pictures, not much dispute about what that is.
So they're like, Reeves Mestayer is on line one, and they're like, oh boy,
all right. Right, here we go.
You're in the office on Monday?
Absolutely.
Okay. If we missed your call tonight, I'm so sorry about that, but please give.
And I'll be calling Bernice on Monday.
Yeah, give Bernice a call on that side. The guys will be happy to take your call.
WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
Yes, they are, and here we are on WLOX Law Call on this Saturday night, live with you. So thankful that you stayed up with us after the news tonight. We are on time. We're just
no hockey.
We're just so happy about this being up with us. The phone lines are open, so give us a call. Tonight's topic, we're talking about auto accidents. It is definitely the summer driving season. Car, trucks, motorcycles, 18-wheelers, any type of accident, vehicle accident, we want to hear from you tonight. 896-0713 or 1-800-349-0713. That is our toll-free number, which is good from Lucedale to Long Beach to Hattiesburg and all points in between. We'd love for you to give us a call tonight. We got your email question of the week coming up in just a little bit as well. Joining me now from the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, it is Matthew Mestayer, our Saturday night friend and companion.
Yes,
Bud, we could tell the holiday season, I mean, that traffic started Monday.
Coming
and
into the station tonight, my
goodness,
goodness,
hot.
It is bumping.
All the interstates from, of course, I was on 98 coming out of George County, and you're on 65 or I-10, and I-10, so it was busy.
Coming down the beach,
did 63 and on my side, so it's definitely the summer season is going for sure right now. And unfortunately, of course, that we all love the travel, we love going places, but Matt, it means there's going to be auto accidents. That's all there is to it.
You know, school is out, so you can just feel it, Kenny, in the air, and boy, you can see it on the roadways, and more vehicles out and about. I mean, unfortunately, more accidents. We've just seen a lot of that. Saw one actually coming into the station tonight. Hope everybody's okay. So, you know, listen, if you do what we do for a living, it's your bread and butter. You know, Mississippi, unfortunately, and we're going to talk about this. I brought a graphic. Mississippi does not have a great history, of road safety. We're going to get into that, but absolutely, you kind of need to know some things to do if you're in an accident, and I hope we're going to talk about that tonight.
And Matt, it's one of these things where maybe years ago, I don't even know what to put a number on it. Maybe if you had an accident, you could handle it yourself with your insurance company, something like that. But today, it's just complicated business.
It really is. You're thrown. Unfortunately, the folks that call me, Kenny, just didn't do anything wrong, kind of just unlucky in the wrong place at the wrong time in an accident, and then they're thrown in a system that they don't know all the rules, and they're dealing with adjusters that are professional. And let me tell you, the adjusters are not there to be fair, all right? They are not there to be your friend. They are there to pay the least amount of money possible and close that claim as quickly as possible. And so, it's just not a fair fight, really. And you just don't know the rules, and they take advantage of that. And
if you've gotten hurt, you're at a disadvantage already.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. So, it's. Do people do it? Sure they do, but it's very, very difficult.
Yes.
For sure. Very difficult.
Well, and let's give you some context here. It is not just something we're talking about, just heavy traffic by our observations. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Mississippi has some of the deadliest roads, if not the deadliest roads in America. Matt, look at these numbers you brought. They really are telling.
Yeah, it really is, and I wish
I wish it was different.
I wish it were different, right? I wish things were, but it's not, and it's just the truth. So let's talk about it. So according to statistics, 23.8 traffic deaths per 100,000 people. We have the highest rate of fatalities of any state. The national average is 13.6 deaths per 100,000. We are, almost twice that, Kenny. Almost twice that. And it's just, I hate that, but that's just where we are.
I was doing some numbers for a grant for George County last year, and fatal accidents are bad, obviously. But there's another statistic. There are those accidents that are life-changing. Maybe you survive the accident, but it's a life-changing injury. And Matt, that's really, you help a lot of people in those areas.
We do, because as you kind of touched upon, it's not just an accident, Kenny. And if it's a serious accident, there are job issues, there are estate issues, there's medical issues, Medicaid, Medicare, insurance. The issues go on. And I do listen. I know I talk about it every time we talk about an accident, but those statistics show that accidents happen. Obviously, sometimes you're just in the wrong place, wrong time, didn't do anything wrong. And the one thing you can do to protect yourself is uninsured motorist coverage. We have what I consider fairly low state insurance requirements. As you know, $25,000 is a state requirement. That's not a trip to the emergency room.
That is
that's gone. That money, not a that's not an X-ray and a CT. You're gone. So nothing you can do about that. All right, you've got to travel the roadways. It's just part of life, part of being, living here. But what you can do is have uninsured motorist coverage. It will pay you if you are hit by a driver with no insurance or low insurance. And I get nothing from it, trust me, other than professional satisfaction. Because let me tell you, I hate being the bearer of bad news. And we do a lot of, a lot of accident cases, a lot of, and I deal with a lot of people, and I want to help them, and I try to help them, but you can't change the facts. The coverage is what the coverage is, and I hate that. And I want to make people whole. I want to put their lives back together. And $25,000, Kenny, won't do it. Not even close.
You get your blood pressure checked.
Right.
They probably do your temperature.
Maybe.
Get your temperature on that.
That's an ambulance ride. That's all that is.
Oh yeah, your ambulance ride alone. Well, look, let's talk a little bit more about uninsured motorists.
Yeah,
so this is. So you have your regular insurance coverage through your insurance company here.
Yep.
It might not come standard with your package. You might have to ask for it, right?
Well, it's supposed to. In Mississippi, it comes with it, but if you've got to specifically deny it, okay?
I see.
And then some people, listen, there's some good agents out there. There's some great agents, insurance agents out there, and maybe some not quite as good. So it's something that you need to talk to your agent about. It's really one of the most important things. And as I say, it is actually coverage that will pay you. So your own insurance company will pay you. Everyone gets very kind of obsessed about the money going out, right? The $25.50. Well, that's only if you cause a wreck. That's the money that goes out the door if you cause a wreck. Not that doesn't pay you, but UIM will actually pay you if you're in an accident. So important.
Or if it's the person who hits you, if they're undercovered with one of those low policies, it'll kick in on that side.
Right.
Matt, so just talk to your agent about it. Talk to your insurance agent and say, hey, look, I just want to add this to my policy.
Absolutely. Make sure you have it, because you'll be glad you did.
And it's very affordable, folks. I mean, it's not like adding another car or another driver to it or anything like that. It's just it's pennies on the dollars compared to the rest of your stuff.
It really is. And I feel like, I'm selling, and I'm really not. I'm not trying to. I get nothing from it. I'm not, I sue insurance companies. I'm not part of insurance business, but I want people to have the funds available to make them whole. I want justice. I want them to get a fair shake, and it is very unpleasant conversation to say, I know you've been, very badly injured, or a family member worse, and there's little to no money there, and there's nothing I can do. There's just nothing I can't make it up out of air, and that's a horrible conversation.
Other side on that side. So, all right, well, that takes us into our first break of the evening. Phone lines are starting to get hot. We got somebody from Ocean Springs trying to get on. We'll get into all your phone calls and email questions when we come back here on LawCall.
That's right.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt, with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more, and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
I mean, could they said my name any faster?
I will try.
I mean,
we'll try.
Really lingered on that.
Well,
they used to call me an experienced journalist,
really?
They said award-winning at some point.
Really, did they?
I still have the
Is
award.
there journalism anymore, Kenny? Is there journalism anymore?
That's another whole show.
Really, that's a whole
other show. Welcome back to LawCall on this Saturday night. So happy that you're up with us after the news. We really do appreciate it. Our topic tonight is car and truck accidents. The holiday summer driving season is here, and that is obvious. And we're taking your calls about that tonight. Small accidents, big accidents, 18-wheelers, anything in between. We'll get you loaded up. Matt has got a wealth of experience on this, but kind of a interesting email question to start us off here.
Yeah.
Matt came in 2 weeks ago, said, oh, this is a great one for the show.
Okay.
It says, now bear with me, it goes for a little bit from Laura here. My sister had a wreck with her 3-year-old son in the car with her. She has whiplash and back problems and aggravated a pre-existing condition. So get to that one in a second, Matt.
Yeah.
Her son has 2 knots on the side of his head from banging it in the car seat. Great that he was in a car seat, and complaining about knee pain. The doctor said he's fine. Her son, and I think she means case, her son's case is handled separately from hers, correct? Question mark.
Yes.
What she'd be expecting in the settlement of his case. And really great question, Laura, because it is two separate issues here with him being 3 years old. Matt, get into it.
Oh, okay. Let's first of all talk about the pre-existing part.
Okay.
We hear that a lot, and that's a big issue. Mississippi follows what's called the eggshell rule. So you take your plaintiffs as you find them. For example, if you're, and I hope not, but if just say that your back was 99% hurt, but it wasn't that 1%, and you were able to function, walk around, do daily activities, chores, whatever, and then you get in an accident and it bumps it over that 1%. Well, they're on the hook for the whole thing. They can't say, well, you were 99% hurt before,
right,
so we're not responsible. No, Mississippi follows the eggshell rule. They take your clients as you find them. So don't worry about the pre-existing. Number two, now let's talk about the baby.
Talk about the 3-year-old.
First of all, you're going to need a medical clearance. I know the doctors, I'm glad to hear the baby's going to be okay,
right.
But you're going to need a doctor and a record to put that. And let me tell you, that's a critical piece. And this is something we're seeing. You cannot, if a child is injured in a car accident or any type of case where there is a settlement, although parents think, well, it's my child, of course I can proceed. You are required for the settlement to be legal, Kenny. For the settlement to be legal, right, you have got to go to Chancery Court, okay, and it has to be approved by a chancellor.
Okay.
And the insurance companies know it, but I have to tell you, we have been noticing that they're not letting parents know. Some parents are negotiating on behalf of their kids, which of course is their right. That's perfectly fine to do.
Sure.
But they're not being told that they've got to go to Chancery Court and get the matter approved. And so as a result, that's an illegal settlement.
I see.
That settlement has no, so that's just basically our position is that's just free money you've given the baby.
Okay.
You know, so you've got to go to Chancery Court. It's critical. It's to protect the child. The judge just makes sure the settlement is fair.
Right.
They make sure the medical bills are handled in the right way, and they make sure the money is protected. So when the child gets 18 years old, the money will be there. So it's a great process, and it is required. It's not, sometimes we do it, sometimes no.
Right.
Absolutely, the law says you've got to do it, and we're seeing it's a trend now that insurance companies, they don't want to go through the hassle.
Right.
They don't want to, because they've got to get a lawyer involved. It's a legal thing, obviously, and so it's a shortcut, and we don't like it. I don't like it at all.
And if you don't know, then you didn't
realize. Well, it's what we kind of talked about. They know the rules. The parents may not know that rule, right? And so they're walking in a situation. Insurance companies not going to say anything. You're going to say, "Well, that's my son. Of course, I can settle my son's case, and this money, I think it's fine." And that's not work. That's not how it works. It's not supposed to work that way.
Well, we did a show back, March or February about this, and I think you brought up a really good example. If it was anything else with your child, and they were injured in other places, say what you want, you know that you would go in front of a judge. You know, if it's a divorce, you go in front of a judge. If it's when it comes to minors, you just go in front of a judge.
When you think about it, it makes sense. You know, it does. But it's just the right process.
Right.
It's to protect the child. It's to protect the parents. And it's nice because the judge provided a little oversight. Because I have to tell you, sometimes the judge will say, "That's not enough. That's not going to work. You're going to have to give more money, And as I say, it's a great process when it works and it's required. And I have to tell you, it burns my cookies when they don't do it, Kenny, because they know they've got to do it. It's to protect the child, and they're taking advantage of people not knowing the rules, and I can't stand that.
And nobody likes burnt cookies.
Nobody does.
Nobody does.
Not really.
Even Elvis.
Nobody
likes burnt cookies. Laura, thank you so much for the. Thank you. I've done the Graceland tour a couple times.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Really? Okay.
Laura, thank you so much for the email question. Great one in. I knew Matt was going to love that one. All right, let's get to the phone lines here. We're going to go to Mr. Johnny, I believe, up in George County. Johnny, what can we help you with tonight, sir?
Hey, Johnny.
I was involved in a wreck on I-110.
Okay.
I was run into the middle median.
Oh, yeah.
And it has never been fixed. And that was in February the 4th, 2018.
Oh, Johnny, I don't like that
date. I can't tell you.
I don't like it. I don't like how long that's been. Did you get a hold of an attorney, Johnny?
No, I didn't.
Okay, Matt.
I didn't. I was like what y'all were talking about a minute ago. I was totally unaware of how difficult it was.
Right.
Yeah, I hate that, Johnny. I'm sorry. What sounds like a pretty bad experience, and unfortunately, I don't think I'm.
And the thing about it, I've got a folder full of paperwork, and ain't nothing happened yet. And there were 2 records that came out here, but they didn't stop.
Wow. Well, did Johnny?
2 records, and they did not stop.
Johnny, let me ask you this. Did you get a hold of any insurance company? Did you, your insurance company or somebody else's insurance company, did anybody contact you or you contact them, something like that?
Well, maybe we've lost him.
Darn it.
Well, anyway.
Hold on, Johnny. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Johnny, I'm sorry.
It's the clock,
I don't think I have great news. Mississippi has a statute of limitations. It's kind of a phrase you've probably heard if you watch the show, and I hope you do. And that is, there's a time limitations that all cases have to be started or brought in court. You can't, and for good reason, right? The law says we don't want people sued for something that happened 10 years, a long time ago. So generally speaking, it's 3 years, okay? Because it's the law, there are 1,000 exceptions, okay? I promise you. For example, if you were involved in a vehicle, the other vehicle, for example, was a county vehicle or a state vehicle, the statute of limitations actually is shorter. It's actually 1 year. And if there are children involved, the statute's different. But if it's just you and, obviously you're an adult, the general statute of limitations is 3 years. If that happened in 2018 and there's not been a lawsuit filed, I don't see where, you're not going to have. It's just too long.
Yeah,
you're not going to be able to file any kind of legal action. It's just the statute of limitations is expired.
If anybody's insurance contacted Johnny, would that have stop the clock or pause the clock? Is there any hope there?
There is. I mean, I'm still like
I'm grasping at straws
here. I know you are.
I
know.
Johnny's from George County. I'm trying to help.
I know you are. I'd still like to talk to him. It is conceivable, for example, in rare cases where perhaps Johnny was induced not to file, that perhaps the adjuster said, Johnny, we're going to settle this. You don't have to file anything. We're going to work this out, Johnny. Don't you worry.
Right.
We're going to get this done. So in something like that, we may have a foothold, maybe a claw, just a bit of a foothold,
a nail
just
on the rock.
So, but I'll take it. To help Johnny, I'll do it. So anyway, we have to look at the facts. I don't want him to talk about it on air. But that can happen sometimes. So I don't want him. This is a TV show. I don't want him to take what I'm saying and say, well, call me Monday. We'll go through the facts. We'll deep dive it. We'll look from every angle. Make sure there's nothing we can do. But unfortunately, 3-year statute of limitations in Mississippi.
Well, at the very least, Johnny, we really do appreciate your call tonight. It's a great question, and it does really illustrate the point. The clock is always ticking. And the legal side. Speaking of the clock ticking, we have got to get into a break. We're way behind.
Really?
We're moving. I got contact information. We come back from this break for Matthew and Jim, and we're going to talk a little bit about the beginning of hurricane season. I know it's here.
Boy, you are fun.
I know. It's big fun. Big fun.
Yeah, you are fun.
And welcome back to LawCall and Saints pregame.
Saints football.
Yeah, Saints football preseason. If you heard any of that
Saints
coming
may draft me next year. I hear to play tackle.
I believe in your arm. I believe in your arm, buddy.
Yeah, it's true.
I believe. Here's that contact information I promise you. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer, Reeves and Mestayer, 228-374-5151. They have the toll-free number. And rmlawcall.com, where you can send us all the email questions you want, like the great one we just got from Laura, and all of the social media channels from there. That audio seems a little low to me, doesn't it?
It does.
Dylan,
it's like a soapbox derby
Dylan,
right there.
Dylan, crank that volume up. The people love the music.
Yeah, they do.
He's there.
There we go.
Now that's a party.
Oh, that got me
a party on there.
Jolt.
You can catch it on YouTube too. All right. All right, that's enough. That's enough of that. Whatever. All right, let's get back to the phone lines real quick. We're going to see if we can get Rebecca in here as we're running out of time tonight. Rebecca, calling in from Wiggins. Thank you so much for the call tonight, Rebecca. What can we help you with?
Hey, Rebecca.
Hi. I was in an accident about 3 years ago. I'm going to try to make this quick and fast. And the person had 2 small children, not in the car seat. She had no insurance. She lied to the officer and said she was driving, but yet her boyfriend or whatever he was one who was actually driving. The officer asked him for his driver's license. He said he had none, and all of a sudden the officer's telling me he's got to listen to what she has to say. And so next thing I know is I'm the woman goes see a lawyer, but yet I'm the one who's being blamed for an accident when I was on the road legal all the way. They were not. They had 2 small children, not in the car seat.
Rebecca, are they suing you, or are their insurance companies trying to get damages from you?
Yeah, the insurance actually did get damaged.
Okay.
And everything. They managed to go to an attorney and everything else and all, and everything went their way. And they gotten money from the insurance company.
Matt, what are these attorneys doing?
It didn't go to me, Rebecca. I can tell you that. Didn't show up at my door. I can tell you that. Yeah,
what are your thoughts?
Kenny, and I understand her frustration.
Oh,
you can
that's
feel it,
frustrating.
obviously,
Yeah, you feel
and
it.
I get it.
Yep.
I'd want to see what the accident report. I mean, she didn't give us the facts of the case, which is fine. But
Good.
Let's see what the accident report says, and we have to kind of start and stop there, and we kind of proceed from there. Now, if there were I understand what she's saying. If it sounds like there were other issues, the other driver was unlicensed, perhaps, and they were kids not in the car seat, and those are other issues. That does not perhaps change the circumstances of the accident. Those are, that would be, for example, if they claim and hope, the kids to be injured, yet they weren't in the car seat, that would be, a contributory negligent on the, on the mother or father of the vehicle.
Right.
So it's a complicated kind of fact pattern, but I understand her frustrated. She's like, hey, I'm trying to follow the rules. But, we got to start with the accident report. That's the first place I'd want to see, look at that and kind of go from there.
Matt, let me just throw this out. If someone is suing you, and they have retained counsel, do you need to, is it just a general go rule, you need to retain counsel?
Well, you've got to immediately turn it into your insurance carrier, and they will provide counsel to you.
I see.
Okay, they'll provide counsel. And I tell you, and it creates, I know we don't have time, not even close to time to talk about
Man,
this.
I just touched it off.
You did. You touched a wire. You don't even know you touched a wire. But it's called molar counsel, and that is, think about the conflict of interest between you and your insurance company. You get sued. It's your insurance company paying your lawyer. So who does the lawyer talk to? Well, the law says lawyers got to listen to you, Kenny, but you're not paying the bill. So you can see the difficulty, the little triangle, a love triangle, and they don't work. Love triangles don't work. They don't work for it in law either. So the laws are very specific about what that lawyer has to do to be loyal to his actual client, the one being sued, as opposed to the one paying the bill.
Right.
And so that's a whole different. I'd like to talk about that, but not today.
Does Rebecca need to call you on Monday?
Yes, I need a copy of that accident report and take a look at that and see what that says. And we need to start from there, and then I can help direct her. But
Rebecca, there's the number right there on the bottom of the screen for you, 5151. Matt is always in the office on Monday.
You're trying to cut me off.
I did. I'm just giving her the number.
No kidding.
Giving her the number.
No, but as she said about 3 years ago, so that also that could help Rebecca. So obviously, if they don't file suit within 3 years, then it's time barred. Just like George, unfortunately, early in the show, other side of the coin.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for the call tonight. All right, my friends, hurricane season starts tomorrow.
Gosh.
We've got a show coming up in June for you, everything that you need to know legally to get ready for hurricane season as well, so stay tuned for that. But until then, good night.
WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
Well, welcome to WLOX Law Call. I'm Jim Tabor, sitting in for Ken Flanagan, and they're throwing me right into the deep end this evening, WLOX WDAM Law Call. So if it is Ask Us Anything night here on Law Call. I didn't want to put anything too hard on me to handle. So that means we'll try our best to answer your questions about any kind of legal problem. You can give us a call right now at 896-0713. And of course, I am joined by my good friend from when I used to have him on for the show from Shop South Mississippi.
That's right, my friend.
Matthew Mestayer. How are you?
Good evening, my man. Good evening. Good to see you. Thank you for sitting in for Kenny tonight. Kenny got a well-deserved night off.
Well, my pleasure to be here.
That's right. Listen, Ask Us Anything, definitely one of our good shows. Great way to kind of kick off kind of the beginning of summer. It certainly feels like summer with the heat. But listen, this is the kind of show we want people to call in, any kind of question, give us a shot. I'm happily kind of point you in the right direction if I can. We can talk about workers' comp. We can talk about auto accidents. We can talk about child custody, property disputes, criminal issues. This is just a wide open evening. So if you've got a legal issue, call us tonight. We'll take it live on the air.
All right, but first of all, let's start with your email questions. Tonight, Allison asks, can you explain the time limits involved for filing a lawsuit over an injury? And are there different time limits depending on what kind of injury it was? I have a back injury from a car wreck in 2023, and I'm afraid I've waited too long hoping it would heal.
Yeah, Jim. Well, this is something kind of we almost address every week on the show. Absolutely. And anybody, even a casual watcher of the show, should know that, yes, time is critically important in all legal matters, and there are deadlines, meaning that there are time limits that you have to file the suit, make officially your claim, and if you do not, your claim is barred. Your claim is time barred. There's nothing you can do, no matter how right it is, no matter how sincere it is, no matter how how hurt you are. It doesn't matter. If your claim is not filed in time, it will not. They throw it out, and for good reason. Like, listen, the rule is they want things resolved. They don't want people to have to. You don't want to have to, like a car wreck happens, you don't want someone to wait 10 years or something like that, or 5 years down the road and kind of bring it up. So it's for a good reason. But yeah, there are rules. And of course, because it's law, there's not one, the general rule is 3 years. However, that's just if, you were involved with just two folks running, in a car accident. If, however, one of the actors was a state agency or a county, then it's reduced to a 1 year statute of limitations. You have less than 1 year. And then, of course, if there are minors involved, there's something called the minor saving statute, so that delays it as well. It certainly is not fair if a child is hurt that they are held to the same rules as an adult. So absolutely, it's a little bit tricky. The takeaway here, don't try to remember all those dates, that's for your lawyer. The takeaway here is, if you have a legal matter, time is always critically important.
And I'm sure memory of details is after so many years or so long, they're going to start fading. You might not quite remember something in particular that might have happened there.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah, that's all kind of part of it. They're just, as you can imagine, there's just a lot of good common sense reasons why legal matters need to be dealt with quickly, and they should not kind of go on. Because listen, the process alone takes time. Because when you file a suit, that's great. You've protected yourself from a statute of limitations, but that doesn't mean your case is over. It's just begun. There's discovery has to be done, depositions usually, trial dates, things like that. It takes a long time from the time you file a case to get to the trial court. And we're not even talking about appeal. That's a whole another issue. So unfortunately, it's just the nature of the game. It just takes a long time.
Well, if you have a question or comment for us, you can send it to www.lawcall.com/Biloxi. The phone lines are open, so if you have a question, give us a call at 896-0713 or 800-349-0713. And we're going to be right back in just a moment with more of your questions. We'll take some of those phone calls.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
And welcome back to Law Call. I am not Ken Flanagan. Ken's got the night off. They dusted the mothballs off of me. I'm Jim Tabor, so I'm back for this evening. You can give us a call at 228-896-0713 or 800-349-0713. We had someone call in and wanted to know, when can a child start to make their own decisions in court?
Yeah, listen, that's a great question. And for all the years we have done this show, I've not got that question before, but it's a good one because it's multifaceted. The general rule, of course, is 18 years of age. But, okay, like everything, there are exceptions. You can petition if you have somebody, a young person that's under 18, they can actually petition the court to be emancipated, to essentially be declared by the court to have the same ability as an 18-year-old, meaning they can enter into a contract, they can perhaps work in an area that requires someone to be 18 years or above. So courts do that. It's a petition you file with the judge. The judge actually has a hearing. They will talk to the young person, get to the questions, the why. The judge really has to make a determination that whether the person is mature enough, it is, and it's done for the right reasons. And then if the judge feels that it is, then they will allow that child, someone under 18, to be emancipated and basically have the same rules apply as someone 18. So 18 is the kind of magic number. That's what you need. And also, as we kind of actually touched upon last week, that also gets critical in minor settlements, right? So if you have a young person under 18 that's hurt in an accident, even though you're the parent, you can't settle that claim without going to court. You've actually got to go and present that to the judge, and the judge has to agree and bless that settlement essentially, and one, make sure it's fair, and then number two, put things in place to make sure that the money is protected for the minor, that the parents don't either intentionally or maybe not intentionally use the money for other things, other household expenses. Essentially, the judge doesn't want a parent, taking what really is the child's money to say, well, I'm feeding the child, so they should contribute to the household. No, that's not allowed. So the judge makes sure that the money is there for the child when they turn 18. It's a great process.
All right, thank you. We've got some phone calls. Let's take one here. Robert, are you on there? Are you on the show with us?
Hey, Robert.
I'm here.
Speak up a little bit if you would, Robert. What's your question?
All right. One thing, what it is, I'm trying to find out if there are attorneys, law firms in the area that pretty much specialize in VA claims.
Yeah, hey, Robert, thank you. Yeah, there are, absolutely. As you know, we have a pretty big VA facility here on the Gulf Coast, and a lot of veterans. So yes, absolutely. So we get calls, not every day, but several times a month about folks looking for an attorney to help with VA benefits. Yeah, there are, Robert. And if you don't mind, call my office on Monday, and I'll give you a list of several lawyers that do that. We don't do that. That's not one of the areas we do. And we've talked about it a lot on the show, is that not every lawyer does every type of case. And so it's important to find the right lawyer for your particular kind of case. So, but anyway, short answer is I will help you find that. There's several on the coast that do a very good job. I'll give you several names. You can talk to them and decide what's best for you. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Let's take another phone call here.
Yeah.
Barbara, are you there?
Hey, Barbara.
Yeah.
Hey, we're here. You go ahead, Barbara.
Okay. I was calling to ask about people who have government housing and the management does not abide by their agreements of the leases, such as they don't keep the grass mowed, the property kept up, the particular property has been without any kind of maintenance for 7 years now, with the property supposed to be being redone. We have cracks at our doors. We have to put the sticky rat things down to keep small snakes or rats or whatever from coming in at our doors at night.
Okay.
Yeah. Just all kind of things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, well, yeah, I get it. I understand that. No, that's not acceptable. Here's what I'd recommend, and we've talked about that. This is also a topic that we kind of address from time to time on the show, and that is justice court. If you have a situation where there's a written agreement and the other person is not abiding by that written agreement, you can go to justice courts. It's really a place that specializes. They really call it the People's Court for a good reason. It's the original People's Court. Lawyers can go to that court for sure, but more than not, it's just folks that don't have legal backgrounds, but they have a dispute. They need justice. They need the court to decide. There's a judge. He will decide your case. It's very efficient. If you go up to the clerk's office, just bring your documents with you. They will help you fill out what you need, and they will kind of take care of a lot of the process that you normally wouldn't know. And they will give you a court date. You come back on that date, you present your case, and the judge makes a decision. It's a really, really, really effective and great process for issues that that sound like this, where someone is not abiding by certain very specific terms of the contract. Now, there are jurisdictional limits how much money you can kind of deal with in that court, but sounds like what you're talking about falls within that. So I would definitely go there. You want to go to the closest justice court from the facility, from the housing you're talking about. So you can look it up. I was just going to say phone book, which shows how old I am, Jim. Ooh. I know. Yeah, well.
Look at the yellow pages.
That's right.
You can find them.
Anyway, look on the internet, find the closest one, and there you go. You'll be off and running.
All right, we'll go back to your phone calls here in just a moment. Let's take another question that was emailed in. James asks, we heard y'all do termite cases. Yeah. We had this happen, but didn't know you could sue the pest company. So we just paid for the repairs ourselves. Is it too late?
Whew. Well, I tell you, I hope not. I hope not, because we did a lot of termite shows in May. We've kind of gotten the word out. It's when the termites swarm. And the message I really want to kind of drive home to everybody listening is you do not have to take no for an answer from your termite company. So if you have a termite contract and you have termite damage, live termites or just termite damage, and the termite company says that's on you, it's your responsibility, no, you do not have to take no for an answer. Call our law firm. There are a lot of law firms kind of doing this kind of work. We'll go out, give you a free look, evaluation, and see what's going on. We're finding a lot of times that the termite companies are not treating correctly. They're not doing their job, and so as a result, they're going to be responsible to pay for your damages. It does not fall to you. That's
all right. Let's take one more phone call before we go to break here. Well, we had somebody on there and they didn't wait. Wow. Anyway, if you have a question or a comment for us, you can send it to www.lawcall.com/Biloxi. Phone lines are open. If you have a question, you can give us a call at 228-896-0713 or 800-349-0713. And we'll be right back with our final segment right after this break. And welcome back to our Saturday night edition of Law Call on LOX WDAM. And of course, if you have any additional questions for Matthew Mestayer, you can reach him at 228-374-5151 or toll free at 1-855-558-2977. What are some of the latest trends that are going on now? I mean, things change all the time.
Oh, they do, for sure. And well, it's kind of the legal news, kind of the legal brief, as we say. Well, big news, yesterday, we had the investiture of Justice David Sullivan. He is the new Supreme Court Justice from the coast. Very proud to see him being sworn in and representing the coast, and he's going to do a fabulous job. So that was yesterday. So that doesn't happen every day, so that was kind of neat, great news. Also, just kind of some things we're seeing. Mediations have picked up quite a bit. Jim, litigation the litigation process, which is going to court, depositions. You know, I know on TV it looks really quick, but in practice, as you know, it is not. And it's gotten, you know, so many cases, such a mass of kind of filings and paper. What we're seeing a lot of are mediations, and when that is the parties agree to bring in a neutral, it's called, usually a former judge or retired judge, to come in and try to resolve the case. That's something that we didn't do 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Nowadays, we do it every week. It's just very efficient, very effective, and it's a great way to kind of resolve cases. That's kind of a.
What kind of cases do you usually see a mediator come in and work on?
Well, it really two mainly kind of cases. Divorce cases, right? You can imagine splitting up property, working out agreements. That's one, and then any kind of personal injury cases like car wrecks, anything, you know, where someone's been damaged or claims something along those lines. Those are the most common mediated cases, and we're seeing that quite a bit.
All right, again, our phone lines are open at 896-0713 if you have a question for Matthew. He'll have about 7 minutes left in the show tonight.
We can do it, we can cover it.
Definitely.
Kind of another while waiting another next call to kind of get queued up, another interesting thing kind of that I've seen just in my career, you know, I used to consider myself a young lawyer. I don't think that's a fair view of my current situation. You know, older than some, younger than, anyway, you know how it is. You know, video, you know, the advent of cell phones.
Oh yeah, you see that all the time.
You know, oh, absolutely. You know, of course, when I started practice, didn't even have a cell phone. I was a lawyer for, at least some years before I even got a cell phone. But now, you know, everyone has a, camera phone. Everyone has video really at all times. So it's really transformed the practice and evidence. You see it all the time, and it's good because it really, it is what's called the best evidence of the event if you can have a video. And so it's just very, very helpful. And that's been just one piece of technology that really has positively affected the court process for sure. So that's been good.
Okay, we've got a couple more calls coming in here in just a moment. We'll go to those calls in here in just a second. And again, appreciate the opportunity to come work with you tonight.
Oh boy, no kidding. Yeah, absolutely.
Chet, keep treating you right on Shop South. I saw y'all on the show yesterday talking about the termite situation.
He is. He's no Jim Tabor, as we say.
Well, Chet, I couldn't think of anybody better to take over the show because he does such a great. He's so personable and everything.
Oh, so yeah, does a great job. But I tell you, another really interesting trend that we're seeing is, Chat GPT, AI. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how that develops over the next few years. It is beginning. We're seeing it now in the legal process for deposition summaries, for medical summaries. We're seeing it as a tool to help kind of analyze the vast amounts of data. But as you've probably read in the news and seen in other areas, it's kind of creeping into other things where people are presenting papers and submissions done under that format, which is very scary stuff. So that's going to be very interesting kind of watch as the years go, how that kind of develops.
All right, let's see if we got a phone call here. I believe Sam's on the line. Hello, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Sam, are you there? Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Hey, Sam, we can hear you. What's your question? Go ahead.
Okay, my question is, if there's a piece of property where there's an easement clearly marked, say 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet wide, clearly marked a walkway easement, wouldn't it be a trespass to drive vehicles over this easement if it's against the underlying owner's, permission?
Yeah, it would if it is a specific walkway easement and they drive a vehicle or the vehicle kind of exceeds the boundary of the easement, it would be. So absolutely. So yeah, easements. I tell you, in all my years of doing legal work, the most contentious and probably rightfully so are real property issues, right? Property boundaries, those kind of things. People, for good reason, their home and their property is their castle, so to speak. So when you start kind of messing with or dealing with people's, real property, it's serious business. But anyway, that's the answer on that, Sam.
All right. Thank you for the call, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we got a couple minutes left. You've got a phone call. You want to give us a call with a question, 896-0713. We'll be happy to talk about that. Yes,
One
sir.
more thing I kind of wanted to touch on. It's kind of making its way into the news, and we'll see how it kind of lands. Is that they are considering some judicial redistricting. I know, what that basically means. As right now we have judges that cover the county they live in, for example, and perhaps other counties, like, for example, Jackson County. The judicial district of the judges there handle Jackson County, George, and Greene counties. Well, there is some thought, there is some talk, there is some legislative action being considered. I'm not sure exactly where it's in the process, where they are kind of changing that around, possibly, that some of those counties may be attached to other counties and no longer. So that'll be very interesting. It'll also mean kind of shuffling of judges. It'll also mean new elections, new different judges in different areas. So that'll be kind of fascinating to watch as that goes down the line as well.
I've noticed it seems like more and more city limits are moving further and further out.
Oh, that's right.
Because where I live, it's like, am I in Biloxi or am I in D'Iberville? Because of where the property lines and everything are. So people
for sure.
aren't sure. So I went to vote the other day, and I live in the county. Even though it says Biloxi, I live in the county. I didn't get to vote.
Well, you say you live in the county now. Just wait. That's right. Give it time. You'll be paying city taxes in no time.
It won't take long.
That's
it won't
right.
take longer than that. Again, we want to mention that if you have any questions or phone calls, you can give them a call, give Matthew a call during the week, and see if I can go back here and find the phone number.
I can give it to you. Listen, I can go ahead.
228-374-5151.
Yep.
Or toll free 855-558-2977 is a number that you can give Matthew a call during the week. And if you wanted to make an appointment, they're located on Main Street in Biloxi, right behind the filling station.
Absolutely. You can stop by and talk to your lawyer and then grab a bite to eat afterward. And absolutely. So
Or you could buy him dinner or buy him lunch. You know, lawyers like to eat too.
Well, they do. No, you're absolutely right. So we love our spot. We have actually an old fire station that we've converted to our office. Very happy. We spend a lot of time there, as you can imagine. We work quite a bit, but it is nice when you have a nice place to do it. So.
Well, thanks again for letting me come in and sit in, and Ken take the weekend off. I know he's well deserved of it and everything, but I know you've got a great show lined up with him next Saturday night.
That's right.
You'll be talking about things to deal with during the summertime.
That's right, absolutely. My partner Jim should be here next week, so Jim and Kenny will be back next week, so that'll be nice.
All right, join him again next Saturday night for more questions about the legal system on LawCall.
WLOX Law Call, underwritten in the public interest by the law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi.
Yes, they are, and welcome to Law Call on this Saturday evening. I'm Ken Flanagan, so happy to have you along here with us on Law Call in studio. We're happy to have you. Our topic tonight, fighting the insurance company, especially if you have got a major injury that came along with it. If you've got a claim and you're fighting that insurance company over the claim, this is the show for you. We've got email questions and all sorts of phone lines lined up for you, so we have got you all set up. Joining me now, as he does every Saturday night, in one form or another, my friend and your friend, Jimbo Reeves, the Bulldog.
Boom.
Bud, fighting the insurance company. Do you do it every day, several times a day?
Every day, all day, pretty much. And if you're dealing with some of these insurance companies, believe me, it is a fight.
Right.
Okay, it is a fight. And, you know, hurricane season's just starting, and a lot of us have had, you know, really bad experiences with insurance companies and hurricanes. And so season's coming up. We thought this was a great topic. We'll talk about what you need to do when handling an insurance claim, in particular a hurricane claim, and what you do.
Storm damage, or storm damage in general.
Well, like I said, any insurance covers, you know, if you're in an auto accident, you're dealing with an insurance. If you're hurt on the job, you're dealing with some kind of insurance, an insurance adjuster. You're always dealing with insurance.
Car accidents, all of that, all
always.
of the above on that side.
That's right.
Jim, a lot of times when people do get injured, maybe for a major injury they realize, and maybe, you know, unfortunately with a fatality, they're like, okay, I know I need to get a hold of a lawyer.
Right.
But if it's maybe a little bit smaller, they think to themselves, oh, I just can't afford Jim Reeves. I just can't afford Matthew Mestayer. But that's just not the case. You really can afford lawyers of y'all's quality.
Always. And, you know, people operate under this misconception, as much as you see advertisement of, you know, we only pay you only pay us if we win.
Right.
People still think they've got to hire a lawyer, but that's not true. In the context of personal injury claims, insurance claims generally, hurricane claims, most lawyers that do this kind of work, including our firm, do it for free unless we win. Okay, and so we've got a graphic up here that I was going to go over that suddenly disappeared.
Just keep going, Jill. Just keep. You know it.
So you can talk to us for free anytime. Okay. So you can pick up the phone. If you have a claim, you're not sure if you need an attorney, it costs you a few minutes, a phone call. You'll quickly know if you have a claim that an attorney is willing to represent you on, what you need to do. You can get some free advice.
Sure.
If you decide to hire the attorney, of course you can do that. You only pay a percentage of what the attorney wins for you, only if they win. Okay, only if they win. There's usually an assigned percentage, usually 40%, a third, somewhere in that range. Okay. If you don't win, like you said, you owe the attorneys under most agreements nothing, not expenses, not anything for their time, nothing for any of the work that they've done. You owe nothing unless they win. So it's really nothing to lose by calling an attorney, a lot to gain.
And we were talking about it last weekend show, Jim, in like big cases like with 18-wheelers or where you're dealing with a major company, on your own, unless you're independently wealthy, like really wealthy, you couldn't afford to even mount a defense.
No, that's you couldn't bring a claim.
Right,
you can't. You know, the average person can't go up against State Farm or Allstate, and we're talking about insurance claims today, or any of these major companies. They literally have armies of attorneys. They literally have adjusters who have handled thousands of claims. They're professionals. They know how to handle the claim.
Sure.
They have really unlimited resources, and you could never hire an attorney. The attorneys that these insurance companies employ, often $600-800 an hour.
Right.
Who could go in and do that on an individual claim?
That's like brain surgery money.
Nobody.
That's like brain surgeon money right there.
So our contingency system in this country, we get ribbed a lot about it, and a lot of lawyer jokes are made, but it allows the average person to go in and go to battle in a courtroom to protect themselves and their family, toe-to-toe with the biggest companies in the planet, and come out and have a fair shot. Without the contingency system, you would never be able to do that.
Shoot, you never. None of it would work. Right. So anyway, all right. So if you are fighting the insurance company, big or small, give Jim a call. I just made that up.
Nice.
Thank you on the spot there. But we are going to get to, speaking of calls, we're going to get to our first call of the evening. We're going to go to Charles. Charles, thank you so much for your patience tonight. What can we help you with?
Yes, I was wondering, I was in an automobile accident on June the 3rd. I was stopped behind a minivan and a truck hit me at 45 miles an hour. Got back injuries and neck injuries. Wanted to know if I settle with the insurance, will I be able to leave my medical part open to where if I have to have back surgery or whatever later on down the road, the insurance can actually pay for that, or how does that work?
Charles, great questions. A couple things that Jim's going to have to unpack for you on that
Sure,
one.
sure. Look, if you had a rear end collision at 45 miles an hour, that's a significant impact.
That's right.
You're lucky to be talking to us tonight, okay? That's one thing. But it sounds like you have potentially a serious set of injuries if you're still having neck and back pain at this point. You first, before you consider any kind of settlement, please, with this kind of serious accident, with this kind of collision, call an attorney, just like we talked about in the earlier segment.
Right.
Please call an attorney, at least get the advice over the phone as to what they think your case is worth and how to proceed. So this is a particularly, a neck and back injury particularly can be debilitating. It may cost you the ability to work in your normal profession. I don't know what you do for a living, but if it's hard work, you may be limited and not be able to do that in the future. You really, this is the kind of case you need an attorney on, an experienced attorney, and you need them sooner rather than later. Now, will insurance companies settle and leave your medical expenses open? I've been doing this 32 years. I guess they could if they wanted to. I've never seen a single case where they've ever done that, okay? And that's a good question, Charles.
That is a great question,
but they just don't do that. When they give you a check, they want to be through with Charles's claim, and they don't want to hear from Charles again.
Right.
And so do not ever settle something under an assumption, or basically the insurance company or adjuster telling you, well, we'll take care of it if something else happens. I've never seen that happen in 32 years. They want to close out the medical and be through with that claim if they're going to cut you a check. So be very careful, Charles. Please, at a minimum, Monday morning, call our office. We'll talk to you for free. Other attorneys do this kind of work too. Call them. Get some legal advice before you handle this claim any further.
Right.
You don't have to hire the attorney, but you'll at least have a better understanding of how to proceed. Okay.
I do like the fact that Charles is jumping on this right now.
Yes.
It's not it's not a lot of time that's expired. In fact,
That's
it
right.
seems like it's just been a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
So Charles, that's great on that side. All right, speaking of jumping on, it's time for us to jump on our first break of the evening. When we come back, the phone lines are hopping. We're going to get more calls for Jim, plus contact information for both of our attorneys when we come back on LawCall.
Welcome back to WLOX Law Call, broadcasting from the Gulf Coast to the Pine Belt, with lawyers from the Biloxi personal injury law firm of Reeves Mestayer, the attorneys for South Mississippi, including Jim Reeves. Known as a tough fighter, Jim has more than 100 cases with a recovery of $1 million or more, and is recognized as a top 100 trial lawyer by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Plus Matthew Mestayer. Matthew served as an award-winning judge for nearly 20 years, has recovered millions for his clients, and is deeply involved in community issues on the entire coast. And hosted by broadcaster Ken Flanagan. The show has included over 200 guest attorneys from across Mississippi. This is WLOX Law Call.
And welcome back to Law Call on this Saturday evening. Jim, have you noticed the traffic picking up since summer started?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
Highway 90, I-10,
Absolutely.
110, all of them?
No question.
I mean, I'm a little further north than you, but you,
Right.
I'm assuming you're really feeling it.
Yes, no
in
question.
Biloxi and Ocean
Absolutely.
Springs.
Absolutely.
Everybody, please drive safely out there. I swear I drove past 3 serious car accidents coming in today's show. So
Wow.
please, everybody, drive safe out there, especially with a little bit of rain on the road. Jim, the phone lines are hopping. If you're ready to get back to it, let's do it. Going
Let's
to
go.
line 2. I'm going to talk to Laura. Laura, good evening. What can we help you with?
I was in a car accident. It's been a year in March. And the insurance company that I have has a policy where it's loss of income. And I never received that, and I've been off work for longer than 9 months. Well, when I went back, they told me that they're handling everything, that I don't need to get an attorney or nothing, that they're going to let me know everything. Well, they haven't told me how much money I'm getting, when I'm getting it, how I can do this. They're just working on it. And it's like getting kind of thrown off.
Oh yeah, Laura, when your income gets affected and you're waiting, it can definitely throw you off. Jim, did you get all of that? She was moving kind of quick there.
Yeah, she was moving quick. I think so. So let's talk a little bit at the end. So my understanding is she's been in an accident.
That's right.
The other car's insurance company said that they will pay her lost wages.
That's right.
But have yet to do so, and it's been about a year.
Yeah, about a year.
Okay,
I
about
think
a
you
year.
got it, bud.
Okay, so So basically, you'll start to finish. When you have a claim, if someone caused an accident, you're entitled to recover, among other things, your past medical expenses, future medical expenses, pain and suffering, mental anguish, your past and future lost wages. So they're going to be responsible for paying for all that if their insured person, the person that they insured, was actually at fault in the accident. I don't understand why, if you've reached what's called maximum medical improvement and you're back at work, they're not ready to settle your case. So,
right.
I wouldn't wait much longer, really. I would call next week, call an attorney, give them a little more detail, because you were talking pretty fast. But what you need to do, I wouldn't sit on this a whole lot longer. There's no excuse for them not to make a payment. And let me give you a little bit of advice. If you didn't talk about how seriously you're injured, but you're out of work for some time, so that must have been kind of serious. Again, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record. Talk to an attorney.
Right. Make
a phone call. Tell them your situation. Your claim may be worth a lot more than you realize. Often that's the case, okay? Mm-hmm. And so, but once again, once you sign on the dotted line, accept a check, it's over. No matter how much money you be entitled to, you're never going to get another nickel, okay? So be very careful. You waited about a year. I would not wait any longer. I would proceed with this. And a lot of times people will call me on these, and I'll say, look, go back and tell them you've talked to me, see if they'll make a demand, call me back, and I'll tell you if it's fair or not,
right.
If I think it's a small claim. And and proceed accordingly.
I got the sense that Laura maybe has been handling this on her own.
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, kind of on her own. She didn't mention an attorney for the last year, and Jim, maybe she's gone as far as she can with it, and it might need a little extra muscle on.
And that's what it sounds like to me. You've gone a year. I wouldn't wait any longer. Most cases, it's going to be a 3-year statute. Could be as short as one, though, depending on. She didn't talk about whether or not it was a government vehicle. That sort of thing. So I would talk to an attorney. If you haven't, I would call an attorney next week and at least get some advice on how to proceed, and you may then want to retain an attorney.
Laura, great call tonight. Really appreciate I appreciate you trying to get this done yourself, but there's a point where you just can't go any further by yourself.
That's right.
But we really do appreciate the call. Give us a call back at any time. All right, Jim, getting back to the phone lines here. We're going to go to line 3 now and talk to Jason. Jason, good evening. Thank you for the call. What can we help you with?
Well, my wife was involved in a car accident a couple of months ago, and she is now working with the insurance company to settle out of court. And I'm trying to figure out whether or not the settlement that they're offering is fair and how we should go about evaluating that settlement. What are the elements we should consider? The offer right now seems a little low, and we're trying to determine whether or not to seek legal advice.
All right, Jason, Bill, a lot of independent folks trying to get it done here.
A lot of attorneys.
A lot of on that side. And I get it. You think to yourself, hey, maybe I can handle this, and then. But Jim, he got right to it. What is a fair settlement? That is a great question, but hard answer, huh?
It's very hard to answer, especially on that kind of limited information. So let me just kind of tell you the process that attorneys go through. So we look at a claim. There are individual cases. We hear people all the time say, well, my cousin or my brother had this case and it was similar and he got this amount. Why can't I get that? And every case is different. The first thing we look at is liability. Is it clear that somebody else is at fault, not the person who we're talking to about representing that person? Or it may be an allocation of fault. Both may be at fault, in which case you can still recover. It just reduces the amount. And so then the second thing is your damages. And so I touched on this earlier, but in Mississippi you're entitled to recover all of your past medical expenses, all of your future medical expenses, all of your past loss of earnings, all of your future loss of earnings, pain and suffering, mental anguish, emotional distress, disfigurement, loss of enjoyment of your life, things you couldn't do before. Those are all elements you can recover for. Somewhat simple are the medical expenses and the lost wages, because you can just calculate those up and add them up. What's more ambiguous and harder to put a finger on is the other things, what we call non-economic damages. How much should you get for the inconvenience or pain and suffering? Those amounts can vary widely, and it's going to basically take an attorney who's familiar with the area where you could bring this claim to tell you what's a fair settlement in that venue. All we do as attorneys really is part art, part science, maybe a little more art, is we have experience in these courts, and we know likely what a jury is to do based on what they've done in similar cases in the past, and then we project that out, and so this is what the case is probably worth, something in this range. And so I would, again, I sound like I'm advocating for everybody to call an attorney. You're calling an attorney at LawCall who tells you to call an attorney. But you really need some more specific advice from an attorney before you settle this case. because you probably have realistically no idea what the case is worth at this point on your own. At least call an attorney, give him the basic facts. He can give you some idea, and I'll do it as to what I think is fair and whether I think, look, you're messing up, you need to hire me or somebody else right away. We'll tell you that. Okay.
Jim, I want to touch on something you said just a second ago. Hold on to that email question, Maddie. Hold on to Maddie's email question. You mentioned just a moment ago that the venue, it really has a huge effect on.
There's no question.
I mean, it's just, it changes across the entire WLOX viewing area, right?
Across the whole state and any parts of the country, because as you've seen, you've heard a lot about venue in the recent case involving former President Trump, right?
I did, yes.
A little bit about that.
I did hear something about that on
So
the news.
the venue matters, where you're at and who is on the jury. Everybody that's on a jury brings their own experiences to the jury. And so jurors of different demographics, of different age groups, will view the same case in drastically different ways.
Right.
And so the same case, for instance, in downtown New Orleans, may be worth a lot more than it would be in downtown Gulfport or somewhere else.
Right.
And so again, if you're not an attorney, and if you're not an attorney who's actually experienced in handling these kinds of cases, you really don't know.
You could get washed up and all that
quickly.
very quickly.
You could settle your case for less, and sometimes far less than you think it's worth.
How about that? I mean, same people, same accidents, different results.
And one other thing I want to make sure people understand this too. A lot of times they don't get this. So you got to be very careful if you're trying to settle a significant case with significant medical expenses on your own, because while you receive the medical care, your own health insurance is probably paying for it. People don't realize, I see them getting this bind all the time, that when you settle your case, that insurance company has the right to get the money back that they paid for your health care from you.
They did it to me, Jill.
Yeah, and if you're not an attorney and don't understand that, you'll settle a case and have to turn around and give all the money back to the health insurance provider who paid for your coverage.
Look, let's pick that up after the break, because I literally had to call Jim on this 2 years ago. I'm like, what? I have to pay something?
And attorneys who handle this can help you negotiate that.
Y'all have a big fancy word for it. I forget what it is. It's a big fancy Latin word. But anyway, we're going to bring that up after the break. We're going to get to Maddie's email that you just saw a second ago. Maddie, I promise we're going to get to your email when we come back here on Law Call. Here's that contact information I promised you. Jim Reeves, Matthew Mestayer, Reeves and Mestayer, 228-374-5151. They have their toll-free number. It's good from Long Beach to Loosedale to Laurel, all points. Ed's good international. Just give them a call anytime on that one. And of course, rmlawcall.com, where we'll be able to watch this show and then 52 other shows that we've already got posted on there, plus their blogs and all sorts of great information on rmlawcall.com. All right, Jim, real quick, we're going into the break. From my own personal experience, you kind of quarterback these things a little bit along the way. I did get a settlement, and then all of a sudden, I get a letter from my insurance company saying, "Oh yeah, by all the way, the money that you got for your health insurance, hey, we need you
it back."
Yeah, we need it. And I'm like, what?
No, that's what. I
almost didn't mail it. I called Jim. I was like, "Am I being scammed?"
Now, usually, if you've got an attorney who's handled these kinds of cases, what we typically do then, we're able to negotiate that figure down before you settle the third-party claim and say, "Well, look, we can pay you, a half, a third, whatever it may warrant, and get that figure down." But they are absolutely entitled to receive that money back
after you explained it. I got it.
If there's somebody else who's at fault that caused the loss that they paid for.
See, that's the reason you got to have Matt and Jim on your cell phone or watch on Saturday nights, because they're here for you. I mean, it was like a law call question. I just called Jim on Tuesday.
And a lot of people, we had a lot of people calling tonight handling things on their own. That's something that I've seen a lot of people mess up on. They'll do this, well, I've got this money, and then they get a letter from their own insurance company and say, pay up. And they say, well, wait a minute, I didn't get enough money then. And the company that they settled with says, well, you signed a release, it's done. And
I was one big Walmart runner away from being in trouble here on the bank account. And so, well, look, I got Matt and Jim just like you do here every Saturday night. All right, Jim, we got time for one email question, and usually I wouldn't get one so late, but Maddie has a great question here. It's just quick and to the point. She says, "Wow, what does it mean to settle a claim?"
Wow.
And I like this question because it is a simple question, but really you hear the terms all the time, and I think people really do. What does it mean to settle?
Let's talk. That's actually a great question.
Right.
Okay, so if you're hurt, if you have an insurance claim as a result of a hurricane, if you have any type of loss that you have a cause of action that you can bring a claim for, you have a right to go to a trial, to go in front of a court, in front of a jury in many cases, and have them decide what is fair compensation or if you're entitled to compensation. Okay?
Right.
That's what you do if you don't settle. If you settle, basically, you forego the right to do that in exchange for a payment that both sides can agree to. So the other side's insurance company will come in and say, well, look, let's try to settle this out of court. We'll offer you a certain amount of money that we think is fair for this claim, and you can either accept it or reject it. You can say, no, I want to go to court,
right,
where you might get more or you might get less. It will certainly take longer and probably be more expensive. Okay, so those are sort of the alternatives. But settlement means basically we're done with this claim. You will receive some compensation that you've agreed to receive, and in exchange you sign a release saying the person that hurt me, the insurance company that didn't pay my claim, I'm releasing them forever, forever owing me anything on this claim in the future for anything again. Okay?
And when it's done,
it's done. And that's fine. It's as final gets.
Right.
If it's documented and papered properly, and they almost always do that.
Sure.
Right.
But you do have the right to go to court.
Absolutely.
And Jim, how do y'all look at it? Do you look at it first as like, okay, I'm gonna look for a settlement somewhere along the way, or is there some cases you're immediately like, oh, this is going to court?
Well, our firm, and I was always trained that we're very aggressive about this, and so we find that the best way to have our clients receive maximum compensation is to prepare every case like we're going to trial and be prepared to go to trial.
Makes sense.
And then at some point along the way, usually you get a call that says, hey, let's look at trying to settle the case, and then you enter negotiation. But we find that puts the clients in the best possible position and leverage to get the most money. We have a reputation for going to trial. We have a reputation for getting good results at trial, and that means that they generally will pay more in settlements versus some attorney who never goes to trial or doesn't have a track record, quite frankly, of receiving big verdicts.
It goes so fast. The music's already here. Maddie, thank you so much for the email question. It was a great one, small but great question. Just get rm.lawcall.com. We'll get you any email question you need for us. That takes care of us for this week, my friends. Thank you so much for the calls and the questions. Until next Saturday, good night.